Yes, I am making up for my earlier times when I was, or the last stream I was here a bit early, so this time we're gonna be here a bit later, because Sim decided that he's gonna be spending a little bit of extra time on all the preparations. Mainly though because I ended up being a little bit late on the dinner, so that's really all the reason there was to it, so... It is what it is. Oh, thank you very much for dropping in, Ninja. Thank you very much for the bits, and definitely Imposter's back. Absolutely, Timur, absolutely. The imposter that definitely exists. Anyway, hello there guys, and welcome back to yet another session of Final Fantasy Tactics Advance, where today we're gonna be pushing ourselves a little bit deeper into the game finally and actually getting some quests done. So the last time, it wasn't all that fruitful because I was actually like, already the stream before I was already like having this feeling that we were running a bit low on quests. And so we did on the last time as well. And we spent like just about like, I guess, half the stream just like doing things that didn't really matter. But only then I found out at some point from one of our viewers that apparently I was having the little issue that... issue that I had not held on to any of my captured areas. And apparently the captured areas are also important for unlocking certain quests. So that kind of like ended up becoming a reality and a realization. And towards the end of the stream when I was starting to fix some things a little bit, and I was also like making sure that there was as little quest reservations occupied as possible, we ended up finding out that there were indeed some missions we could do right away, we just didn't have enough luck finding them. And now we're actually able to make some progress as long as things go this way. But since we're gonna be likely focused on recapturing areas for us to get the quests that we need in the future, I guess we're gonna be able to see some progress today. So, well, let's see how that's gonna go, but for now, it seems like we at least have some idea what we're supposed to do. So, even if the game isn't gonna be all that, like, bountiful on quests this time at least we know that how we're gonna get some more quests to appear. And like I said, we have some pretty good quests going on right now. If I look into this right now, we see that we already have we have Rune Survey, and that gives us the Ancient Metal. That was for one of the missions we were missing. Or like one of the missions we were like hankering to do with Ancient Bills. Encyclopedia, which I don't know what it's for yet. And then there was also... Well, I'm working on the Spirit Stone now, so that's gonna open up some more space. And also there was like this other thing, like we actually found our first Zodiac Ore. I'm not sure like when I'm gonna get my next one, but I'm gonna work hard towards that. And as long as I do these 3 missions, we should be okay. Mister, hello there, Miyako. How's it going, buddy? Everything alright with you? And is everything alright with everybody else here? Are you guys having, you know, better than average Mondays? There we go, Ancient Metal. Let's actually get straight to business then, because I know I'm gonna have use for this thing. Now, the thing is, what do you want to drop away for the time being? Not Zodiac Ore, that's for sure. Do I have more than just one silver, though? Because I do feel like I want to drop one of those for now. I don't think it's as necessary for now. Yeah. I'm just gonna drop the silver for now, because I know I'm gonna get a bunch of those missions from the Mithril Rush thing. The Mithril team. Matterite I want to hold on to for now, because I don't know when I'm gonna need it again. Lee Stone, don't know about it yet, but I've only had the mission once. Although there's also Jerky. Jerky is also a mission now, and I got like 2 Jerkies right now, so I guess I can drop the Jerky for now. Maybe. Maybe. So, not sure. Yeah, I got back from work and back to figuring out BG3 mods. 5.5 E sucks. Are you like saying that there was an update again and that update broke all the mods, so you're trying to like fix all the mods now? Or is there something else about like that? It's like, is it now a different edition for some reason? Yeah, let's drop the silver for now, I guess. And the book mess. Should I really drop the Jerky or the Tiger Hides or... I think I'll actually drop the Jerky. Yeah, we got 2 Jerkies. I think it's okay. I think it's okay. And since I know I can repeat these missions for now, then I guess we can drop 1 Jerky for the time being. Now, one of the mods we tried changed the game rules from 5E to 5.5E. Oh, I see. So you're not sure what mod did that, or are you just trying to find a replacement for that kind of mod? Like, that would be still 5E. Alright, so we got those missions out of the way, that's good. I guess I should go looking for, like, more missions to do right now, because I know that the Ancient Metal is gonna have a purpose for itself immediately. At least I think so. And as soon as we're done with that, I guess we should, like, get ourselves to doing the capture mission ASAP, which needs 3 enemies to be killed. So, that's gonna be the goal. Swap meet. There we go. Ancient metal to ancient bills. I want this shit. How likely is it for me to beat this mission? Should be easy enough. Is Ritz actually learning something right now? Hold on. Ritz, are you learning? Swallowtail. Yeah, Ritz is learning something. Okay. That's gonna bridge this work. I found stacks of old bills at my house, but I want old medals with pictures of the goddess on them. Like to trade? Sure. Let's go with that. And... magic cloth! Oh, finally, we need this as well. We need this for the helmet, for the hat. Yeah, for the hat. We only need 1 cotton for that. That's perfect. So we don't need the other one, I guess, for now. And I did see another mission to get cloth in, so it should, like... yeah, cloth... no, not cloth, cotton in, so it should be fine. Even if you had to drop an extra piece. What about Shara? Is Shara going just fine? Yeah, bolt him a master and return fire. I guess if we can, like, put Shara on the mission for now. It's gonna be, like, for, what, 10 days? 10 days. So it's easy enough. We won't need her that quickly. Missing Meow for Ally Finder 2. We already have one. But I guess I should do it because it's a unique mission we had to do anyway at some point. Once I get Ancient Bills, I can get Gold Cap. That's gonna be looking really good. I'll get the Clan League out of the way, so I'll at least have it not occupying a slot. There we go. And... yeah, missing Meow. Let's do it. We're gonna need another rabbit tail, but that's okay. I think we should get another mission from that at some point. There we go. 7 Knights needed, the Ancient Bills. Conundrum needed, the Zodiac Course. We are currently lacking 2. Like, we're lacking 1 ore to make Crusade Alloy from Conundrum. There's also, like, the actual Crusade Alloy mission, but I guess we can do those both at some point. But I guess that's it for now, because we don't have the Mysidia Alloy. They got rid of the racial features and made every class get their subclass at level 3, which doesn't make any sense for Paladin, Warlock, or Sorcerer. Paladin's power comes from their oath, Warlock's from their pact, and Sorcerer is born magically gifted. So basically you're like saying that they tried to like homogenize the game too much. And in that sense they kinda like ruined the whole purpose of like certain classes, which is kinda dumb. And I mean the guys that came up with 5.5 in the first place, not just the mod. Yeah, that's just, yeah. It's like one of those very like basic like modern MMO standardizations that nobody cares about or nobody likes. What a lovely idea. Steel summon and skills. I'm using mostly tech, so it should be fine. Although, do I have any need for the steel skill? Heaven's Cloud and Dark Gear, don't need that. And then there's also Benson, who is a juggler, and there's Ruddle Dagger and Wygar. I guess we can skip for now. Yeah. But if it's gonna be summon skills and steel, then I guess we can use Monty just fine. I guess we could use some magic. Banshee for good damage. Of course, I'm gonna bring in all the good fighters right now because I want to make sure that this goes as smoothly as possible. Martinez, I think you had... yeah, you were working on air render. Once you get air render encounter, you can move on to the next thing, which would be, I think the Templar. So let's get that out of the way. Willy, I don't think I need it for you for today. Who's gonna be my 6th then? I mean, I got all my big hitters already in here. We're missing now Leany. I guess I'm gonna send in Cassie for now. Why not? Yeah, we can still have to learn Mog Peak, so it's fine. I just wish I could learn myself the ultimate attack at some point. Ah well. But well, you do what you do, Miyako. So, do you actually know what the mod actually did that to you? And do you like have a replacement mod in mind? Is it like the mod that you were looking for actually essential, assuming you know what the mod was that had that feature? Oh, and also, I'm gonna make a general statement here for everybody that doesn't know or remember. Today, it's gonna be a 4-hour stream, because I will usually have my Mondays booked up. And another thing to mention here is that we are actually starting from this week, we're gonna be back to a normal schedule. So no more Wednesday streams, and our Thursdays are gonna be only 4 hours, but I hope that it isn't coming to you as a very bad news, but it's gonna give you guys a more of a break from all the streams that I'm doing frequently. And since I don't really have any, like, summer plans, at least for now, planned out, I guess, you know, we should be fine for now when it comes to, like, actual, like, inconsistencies. But if I'm gonna find out that there's gonna be some sudden surprises, then I'll let you guys know. But for now, it's kind of, like, under control. And there are no visible changes in mind. Alright, let's go. Thank you for the XP, buddy. Appreciate it. Is that Vanjie? Yeah, that's Vanjie. My Vanjie did 2 hits and got barely any EXP. I guess that's what the level cap does to him. My god. Oh well. Should I go... Nah, it's Marsh. If it's Marsh, we gotta really do a good nuke here, right? If it's Marsh, we're gonna do 200 damage. Almost. If this was a crit, it would be great. So that'll have to do for now. Oh yeah, you already replaced it with D&D Expanded, basically 5-year rule and feature expansion. And you're saying that the feature expansion was a thing that was on the original mod that you got? So like that was, at least you still got what you wanted, but on a better platform, basically. With your intended playstyle. Should I fire these guys? I could burn them down. Would leave me less cleaning to do later. Yeah, let's do it. Or actually, hold on. Is there a better spot for Monty to be at? Not really, no. I don't think the Vampire's gonna be hit, but we'll see about that. Just a basic fire will at least get rid of the arm, and hopefully. We'll see. Bingo. Awesome. Well, I'm glad that you at least had an idea how that goes and you already found yourself a mod to replace it with. I just hope that the gameplay experience is gonna be great with the mods. I guess if I ever end up getting myself BG3 at some point, and after I have like had myself a proper authentic experience of Baldur's Gate 3 in vanilla, I might also be considering looking into mods as well, because I do think like mods are great once you actually know the game and you want to have something new to, like, you know, keep you entertained and interested in the game. So just like I should probably do with Skyrim as well as with Stardew Valley, because I feel like those games are not really playable for me in vanilla anymore. Not because the game is bad, but because I played the game like so many times through already that it feels like trying to do it again just feels like I already know what I'm doing, and therefore the experience feels very like unfresh and repetitive. Especially because, like, you know, Stardew Valley like has a very like short like content cycle. Like it's only gonna be like 1 year in game time, and then all the stuff is gonna happen again. So there is very little to look forward to in that when it comes to like gameplay loop. So like I said before, I've never beaten Stardew Valley completely. I have never got to the 3rd year. I did get most of the achievements. I did get most of the like stuff done. I ran out of stuff to do before year 3, and therefore that's why I never actually went further on that game. Even though I do like the game. So I guess I really need something new to like keep me occupied with that, if I'm gonna come back to that game. But yeah, I guess for that reason too, I guess BG3 might be also subject to modding at some point for me, but that's only if I'm beating the base game, and I know what's gonna happen there. I feel like the base game is gonna be pretty diverse enough. Of course, that is when I get the game. I'm kinda looking forward to it though. The idea that I could like play that like with my friend, and I had like this idea, like, cause we don't really have much of a time to play nowadays, and well, MMOs, even though we are MMO nuts ourselves, it's been kind of hard for either of us to actually like get involved with MMOs anymore. It's kind of like we're both doing our own little things. My friend's stuck with Skull and Gotchas, and I'm the one that's like doing content creation, so trying to do like some MMO gameplay is very tough, at least in a consistent way that most MMOs should be played. So in that sense, at least Baldur's Gate is gonna be a nice experience in a way that it would be deep, but at the same time it isn't gonna be something that's gonna require us to be like coming in for daily content and activities. Just having an actual, just a game in and of itself is just something that's gonna be really refreshing. Anyway. Can I get rid of this juggler? I don't think I can do it yet. But we need to be quick, because if the goddamn thing doesn't die quickly enough, then those vampires are gonna wake up again. And we don't want that. Anyway, let me now see. You're figuring out mods for that, Miyako, but is it like for a group session? Like, are you planning to play with others on that one? Or is it gonna be something that you're playing yourself? I know, like, you have friends you played that game with, but I wasn't sure if this is gonna be the case as well. Oh yeah, the juggler's chickening out. Yep. Oh, they're using a potion. That's kinda cute. Yes, that 25 healing is gonna do much to your damage of 200 that you just took earlier. Wonderful idea. Well, since I'm actually not able to do anything, I think I'm actually gonna try to take this chance to punch somebody. Can I punch Cassie? I think I can punch Cassie. Oh yeah, 3 players including you. Nice. And it's just like this whole modding business, like something that everybody really wanted, because they've already like played through the base game, or just feel like the base game isn't good enough for now, and they want to have something like new to, you know, keep themselves occupied. Marsh is a punching bag. I like it. Easy XP. Now, you bastard. I shall have you beheaded for your heatheness. For being a traitor to the kingdom. Now get out. It's my clan turf. Or it's gonna be. You don't have any permission here. Nada. There we go. Gold armor. Mont Blanc got Thera. Martinez got Air Render. But Martinez still has to work on the counters. It's not gonna like happen right away. Then I'm gonna switch with Martinez, but it's gonna be very soon. Rare Volcano is ours. Thank you, thank you. That's what I was hoping for. Hi, Darkario. How are you Englishing? How are you Englishing tonight? No, I missed the Earth Sigil. Well, it's fine because I don't exactly need it anyway. And the flower from Lini. Thank you very much. I could take it. Well, I'm gonna hope you, or wish you great luck and fun with that then, Migo. Not Migo, Miyako, once you get to that, because honestly, for like such a deep experience that I see that it is, if you're gonna be like putting mods on top of that to make it even deeper, and to like also like maybe make some UL changes, I think it's gonna be a remarkable experience. I hope it's gonna be great. You know what? I don't need the flower. I wait on the flower. I'm gonna get so many slots soon, so we don't need to worry about the flower for now. Swap meat, there we go, we got the ancient bills. You wanna pay the bills, Ritz? Ancient bills. I have to drop something. Meteorite, Lee Stone, jerky. Do you want to drop the second jerky? I kind of feel a bit queasy about it, but... The cotton. We just got the cloth, so I don't think we need the cotton as badly for now. We might get some more later, so it's fine. Yeah, we mainly wanted to expand your main playstyles. Example, you being a melee incaster wanted to expand on Bladesong Wizard. And I guess the base toolkits are not deep enough for you. Or you felt like you wanted to have something to change. Something of a variety into the system. The Wormhole had the Lee Stone. Cotton Guard had the Magic Cotton. Into the Wood had the Panther Hide. So we got the basic capture. The basic... Okay. Defeat 3 enemies. I guess I'll send Ritz on that again. That's fine. And Ritz is gonna be stuck with their fights anywhere for a while, so let's do that. And also, before I forget, Monty, I think I should get you back to being a time mage, right? I think you're just about done. Oh, you're working on geomancy, right? Okay, do we have anything else for you to learn? I don't think so, but let me double check. Nah, there isn't. Okay, I guess I'll give them a superior order, because I think this is the best staff they can get. Oh, it actually is very good. It gives like movement, it gives jump, it gives evasion. It gives everything, man. Although Heretic Rod is the strongest. Like, absolutely the crazy strongest. I don't think we need as much mobility for Monty, so Heretic Rod will do. Also, sorry, but you didn't catch that this time because of your wife interrupting you watching. I was just asking, like, how we were doing. Like, are you Englishing today? More of here's extra side quest to get a legendary Dex longsword. Oh. No worries, Karyu. Hope we're gonna be doing a bit better by tonight. More of here's extra side quest to get a legendary Dex longsword. So yeah, there's gonna be more stuff to do actually. It is really like an extended mod pack. Pretty cool. Well, and you have never tried this mods before, so even you don't know what's gonna happen. And you're gonna get it back to you by using, yeah. I mean, you don't have to use it, Karyu, because you could always be asking how I'm doing in general, but yes, I'm doing wonderfully myself, thank you very much. I'm honestly pretty chill. Now that I know what I was doing wrong, it helps a lot with like going forward with what I'm supposed to do next. Because I was like running around aimlessly last time because I didn't know what I was supposed to do for me to like get further, but then like I got a drop from Migo at some point telling me that I need areas to be captured if I'm gonna get some certain missions unlocked. And that was like a very big like eye-opener because I have been letting my areas go because I didn't care about them one bit. So I'm on my mission to get them back and at the same time trying to do the remaining missions that I have. And so far it's looking pretty good. Although I guess I got lucky also because I happened to find these certain materials that I've been aiming for a long time, for example Zodiac Ore. And that was before I really started capturing areas properly. But still a pretty big news for me at least. Anyway, since I'm doing counter anyway, I guess I'll get something else to learn in the meantime. I think something like... Airfriender? I don't have that yet, right? Don't have that, yeah. I don't think I'll ever finish that, but I want to at least get to that side so I can get myself the ability to counter. That's like when I'm gonna switch over to Templar most likely. I'm gonna have 3 Templars in this guild, but it's gonna be worth it. I swear. Is that everything? Yeah, I think it is. So let's get the rest of the missions out of the way then. Because the rest of the missions are not something important. But we need them like cleared out anyway, so like at least have an opportunity to do some other missions instead. Most likely. Acacia hat, well again I'm not gonna do the swimming meat, I'm just gonna grab it to make some more space. And the month is just about to switch, so extra importance on that. Mayflower Rush, I don't need the silver roll yet. Metal Hunt, don't need the adamantite yet, but I'll get it out of the way anyway. I think for this I'll send in... How's Villy doing? Okay, then we got the Gulag Ghost, which was for the Fire Sigil. I guess I'll grab it, but ignore it. I won't grab the sigil because I won't need it, most likely. I could send in... Because I don't really, like, agree with having Genie and Rive at this point anymore, if I ever needed more space. So I'm gonna try to send guys that actually matter to me, because Essel and Bobus are kind of pointless. They're there just to sit around and just, like, do nothing, basically. How was Quinn? Quinn was learning bio. Yeah, okay. I guess I'll send in Quinn on this one. And then into the wood. Panther hide. In 5 days, pretty quick. For this, I guess I'll send in Palanza? No, Palanza's good already. I need to fix that. Willy. How about you, buddy? You're learning Blizzaga right now. Okay. I guess I can send in Willy on this one. I guess if I have anything else to do, I guess I'll just send in Palanza. Palanza, Martinez could also use the AP, to be honest. Not as much EXP is needed. Yeah, I think, actually... I'll say Martinez. Martinez is more critical right now. Yes. Right on the letter, too. You're learning pronunciation properly. I see that. This one I'll send... not Palanza. This one I'll send over... Willy. I want some Willy Cotton. And then I guess... Since that... Actually, I got the bills now. I can do this one too. I can get my gold cap. I already got so used to that I cannot do this mission, but things have now changed, so... Very pleasant surprises. Do you have anyone from your OG squad other than Monfi, Pipe, and Blanc? I have the Devange, Camus, and Carson. The only actually original squad character I no longer have is Bessel. Bessel I dropped off because of an imbecile, but like everybody else is still there. Imagine that. Black Boras went flawlessly for once. Oh my god, you actually got a decent healer? Holy shit. Life indeed does have some surprises. I could leave myself with just one mission left. Or I could get the Fey Blade. I already had the Zodiac Core. I just want to get the alloy first. Maybe. Tough choices, man. I think I'll wait. I think I'll wait for the alloy. Maybe for Rush, sure, let's do it. And Wormhole, somebody else for 10 days as well. Let's see. I guess I'll send in Leany. Leany's good, yeah. I'm at 269, I believe, right now. So we still got quite a few to go through, but we are on a breakthrough at the moment. Now that I realize that I have to capture areas to get some missions unlocked, so... As I'm doing the captures, I'm gonna learn more and more as I go. So, it's gonna be great. So now we need to do a battle. I could go beat up the guys from the Mithril team, but I guess I'll deal with these guys instead. I'll save here. Oh no, I'm at 270. Okay, so we're 90% through the game now. We might actually finish this week. We'll see. But I'm not gonna depend on that too much. No! My enemies, they're gone. Those bastards. Thanks for the magic cloth. I needed that. Okay, we didn't, like, cap out on those items. Thank God. Okay, into the wood. We don't need the panther hide. We already got enough, so I'm just gonna... Well, I guess I'm gonna grab it. The game says so. Can I come here, guys? There you go. Nice. So let's get this done and probably fight this, because we need to get 3 enemies killed for our next free mission. And after that, we're gonna go for another one. Easily. What are the laws? Haste, Blades, and Berserk. Blades, really? I'm not sure if I have archery anti-law right now. I guess I'll play it safe for now, so... Haste, Blades, and Berserk. We can throw in Monty Blanky. Then I guess Carson needs to be sent for proper missions. I need to send them on errands instead, because they're really having bad damage at the moment. I don't want to have that. Norby over there. Cassie. I guess I have to do Cassie. I'm running actually a bit low on characters here. Because I'm sending so many on missions right now. And Palanza. Yes, Palanza. Palanza's decent enough. Let me just send Monty on a better spot here. So that they're not in the way. Oh, and also Magnite actually is a blade user, so we can't use that either unless I'm gonna overdo that. Yes, my blue magic is completed. I think I completed it 2 streams ago. I got every single spell and every single creature captured. Yeah, that was the mission where we had the, like, your favorite music. Your favorite soundtrack. That was the last mission I needed to do. That was the moment I got my last spell and my last creature. So, yeah. My blue is done and FGT is done. But I'm using FGT as a way of just properly getting EXP, like doing damage. Because it seems to me that Marsh does the best damage as fighter for now. And I like it. We could try ninja as well, but to be honest, I would have to go for double sword at that point. And we don't have that many, actually, like, spare katanas here. Speaking of FGT, how do you like Fritz the Cat? I think I explained it already. It was a very eye-opening experience in many ways. I'll leave it at that. I could switch Cassie back to being a gunner, but that would be a bit problematic too. Because I already have maxed out gunner stuff. Who else do we have? Palanza's also blades, which is not good. Shara! Shara's here actually. Yeah, let's put in Shara as an assassin over here. That works too. And I guess, just in case, I guess I could bring in a healer? No. Oh, we're full already. Oh yeah, Cassie has to go out. Cassie, out. Cassie, you're not good for us right now with the blades, so let's throw in a healer, just in case, instead. And Shara, you're gonna go there. Okay, let's see. Glad to hear you like blue FGT instead of blue. Yeah. I mean, blue honestly is kind of lame in many ways. It's just that it's a very good toolkit for situational cases. Like, fighter is the real class that I care about. Blue is just there for the toolkit, but they're not really a good combat class. At least in my hands. Maybe I'm just bad at it. It could be an aim issue as well. You watch the next Ralph Bakshi movie in order to see if it's suitable for movie nights, and it's gonna be a rough watch. I mean, again, I got nothing against it. Like, I am like... Bro, you can throw anything at me, and I will be okay with it. I might be, like, thinking, like, this is shocking content, but I'm not gonna, like, back away from that one bit. It's just a matter of if everyone else is gonna be fine with it, and also another thing in general that... Well, again, whatever shows up on Discord... Your funeral. It's fine. I like my funerals. They've been a good watch so far. It's all training for Coonskin eventually. Bro, if it was just me, we would never need any training. We could just go straight for it. Let's just say that the problem isn't my tolerance, the problem is my culture. So if it's the culture that's a problem, then that's fair. But if it's a problem is if you're afraid I would be like, you know, turn my nose away, that ain't happening. I'm ballsy as fuck. You can never stop the aim from challenging themselves into madness all the time. But if it's for training others as well, then that's fair enough. Because, I mean, you know, we can expect everyone to have the same kind of tolerance as I do. The hit rate is too bad. I guess I'll try to get down the summoner with Camus. Wait, Alchemist! He wasn't skill ban, was it? He wasn't skill ban, was it? It wasn't. That was the previous fight. Ooh, Haste Blaze and Berserk. Yeah. It was summon, skills, and steel before, but I kinda like got stuck with that. Haste, summon, Haste Blaze and Berserk. Yeah. So nothing to worry about here. Speaking of ballsy, I guess you should make it a run the Orgrimmar on your warrior. That ballsy? Pfft. You're just being a filthy casual, bro. You saying that's ballsy? You're just not used to the experience. That's just like what's expected from you. Although I've done that run so many times, I feel you there. I kind of missed that turtle feature where we had like we had a Zeppelin between Orgrimmar and Orgrimmar and Thunderbluff. It was pretty convenient. Heh! Made my job easier. Thank you, Armin. You're the Mr. Cat form. I understand you. The 30% or... Is it 30%? I guess, yeah. 30% movement speed boost is pretty pleasant. But you'll have to be a good boy for now. You just have to stick with it. Anyway, can I one-shot nuke this ninja? Nah, I cannot. What can I do with a Monty from this distance? Should I try to get this bunny killed from the front? Get me some bunny steak? No, they got pretty good dodge rate too. I guess ninja's gonna be my best choice here right now. I'll go with that. But yeah, like, I guess, like, again, the problem is gonna be, like, if others are gonna be okay for any kind of movies. Because I am honestly a person that I don't mind anything that's culture. I don't mind anything that has to do anything with, like, you know, being different or special in any way. I don't exactly have this kind of stoppers that most people do. I can say that with a lot of confidence. I've seen a lot of shit. I've been able to tolerate a lot of shit. And I can say that I can keep a pretty, like, objective eye on things in the longer term. I think I remember also, like, these moments when there was, like, you know, like how, like, when you're, like, in your secondary school or something like that, you have those cases of people who, you know, basically there's gonna be, like, all those things going on the internet that, like, all those kids are looking at, and it's kind of like these things where people are just kind of, like, you know, putting their own tolerance of things to the limits. They're basically just doing, like, watching some stuff that's just utterly disturbing or fucking weird as fuck. And most people would just, like, you know, start vomiting or just, like, avert their eyes. I'm just like, okay. That was a watch. That was a watch. And I would just go on by with my day. Unaffected. I don't have this thing called, like, secondhand sympathy when it comes to something happening. You made popcorn while watching Lemon Party. I don't remember Lemon Party right now, but I think I could. I mean, I kind of watch like one cop video without a problem. Even though it isn't exactly something I prefer. In case anybody's wondering. It's not just that kind of coincidence. Like, oh, that's my kink. No. I don't think I ever actually had the pleasure of watching that, but I have seen quite a few things. Some of those very basic, you know, very basic, like, secondary school humor and just disturbing shit, but nah. It's just meh. I can deal with it. So all the same, if it's about movies that have disturbing content or are just super, super weird overall, maybe like not something an average person with a faint of heart would watch, I'm okay with that. In fact, I never needed a caution from the beginning, from the get-go. But you do what you do, buddy. Whatever makes you feel more comfortable with it. And I guess whatever makes others comfortable. Because I don't still, you know, represent others in this case. So even if I could take it, I'm not sure if anybody else would. Or if others would. Well, is that movie gonna be then the peak of all the disturbingness that you know in the movie world? This coonskin. And by the way, I recommend that if anybody got curious about the movie, don't look it up. I don't know anything about it, but if I know anything about Miko's movie suggestions, they're not exactly meant for the faint of heart. I really mean that. So, average persons that may not be able to take more deranged content, go check it out. You might be scarred for life or just like seeing that front page. And yes, I know I'm crazy, but I can accept that. Anyway, that's my Yuli River gotten back. Thank you, Ritz. You've done a great job. I should actually like look up on my cars right now. What do I have? Petrifies R5 techniques. Oh my god, look at all these cards, man. Petrifies R5 as well. Well, of course it is. Oh, techniques, damage 2, petrify haste. I gotta go trade, man. I gotta go trade. Who is it this time? Another white mage? No. We don't need this shit. And we got the Spirit Stone. And your Fubar is now a Dragoon, I forgot. Oh, Fubar, you're looking so good, buddy. So, do we need a second Spirit Stone is the question, I guess. I guess we don't need the spare Panther hide for now. Thank you. Ing the Black Mage. We don't have any use for you. And Cotton Guard. I guess I'm just gonna end up opening up that spot for the... Yeah, for the Cotton, like, rent-free. Didn't even have to drop anything. So, let's see what's changed. We got the Giza Plains. Foma Jungle. Moonwood. I got tons of orders for Moonwood chairs. Get me some Moonwood from the deep Fauna Jungle if you would. No pun intended. You know, I'm looking at this and thinking about the pun. Is it actually about mooning? Is it actually about mooning? I think it's about mooning. Those freaking generates, man. I fucking swear. Anyway, Shara's good for this. Let's go. Can we get another capture mission? Giza Plains. Dispatch 3 enemies. Alright. I'll send Carson for that. You guys have fun. Relax time. Dambek wood! Buy some wood and bring it home for that woodsy feeling all year long. I got the woodsy feeling all year long, and that's called morning wood. It is a seasonal experience, but it's still a thing that I have all year long, so I guess I'm gonna leave with that for now. I don't think I need this in my life, but I guess we can just reinforce that fact. Let's surround wood with some more wood. Why not? Let's ravel the wood. So we got Conundrum and Crucitella, both the missions in here, but we lack the Zodiac card to do these. One day, guys, one day, I'll do them. Anyway, since the Mithril team is right there, I guess we can use them to get ourselves the 3 kills. I mean, they're just some scientists, sure, but they're still fights. So, if they're so willingly running around, I won't say no. We're gonna be facing some space issues, though. Because I'm pretty sure that the wood is gonna become our newest bottleneck in our inventory. Get back here! You goddamn Mithril stealers. There you go. I'm just gonna take it, because I need my enemy kills. And now I know I have our trees, so if I do have to, like, remove the blade ban, I can do that. Saber status and healing. We don't need healing, it's fine. So Devanche, Norbert, Fubar. To be honest, can I get the jump right now? I kind of want to get the jump. Where is it? Oh, Javelin. Let's go. I want another jump. Let's use it. Oh man, you found the rake and there was no hunter around to tame it. Oh no. Yeah, wasn't the rake like the level 10 Mulgore lion? Yeah. So still have Mulgore? Where are you supposed to run to Orgrimmar? What are you doing there, buddy? Martinez just needs one more fight. We're literally 10 points away from getting counter. Okay, Marxie, we got you, buddy. This should be quick. Had to cleanse a fountain and then hit level 12, so hunting Arakia. Oh god, Arakia, fuck, that's so hard. I hate that quest so much. Because finding Arakia is like, you know, looking for a needle in a haystack. Simply because of the fact that they are, you know, running around like crazy. And they got a very big field. But I already have it like committed to mind that it's like from the whole eastern upper half of Mulgore. Like eastern from the Thunderbluff. Yes, I've done the quest way too many times, as the Tauren main. I love Mulgore, but I hate Mulgore. I guess it's the statement of just about everybody. I'm not all that special, am I? It's a great hunting spot, though, for animal skins. Because animals is literally all you're gonna find in there. If it was to be like, if he had to like quantify what was like the main resource of the game, if it was Albion Online, it would be definitely hides. You threw me a freaking... What was the sword called again? It was the sword that taught me monkey grip though, as a soldier. My guy just casually dropped that. Too bad I didn't have a catch skill anywhere here. Why Monty? What did Monty do to you, bro? Okay, that's it. Monty's gonna go very handsy with you. Or should I? Because if I'm gonna defeat this juggler, then there's not much for Monty to do. 463? Oh. Ho, ho, ho. Monty Bonk. Hey, a good idea. Oh, nice. I can't believe I actually did 100 damage with a caster staff attack. It was just that good, man. The crit was just satisfying. Should I jump or do a basic attack? Because I could also spear here. Let's just spear. If I just get a crit, it would have been even better. Because I would have been able to one-shot that guy. I don't think Aura counts as healing, but just in case I'll use Expert Guard instead. Because it only applies me the regen effect, and that isn't exactly direct healing. But it does cause a healing effect, so that's why I'm a little bit uncertain. Fuck, I missed. That would have been so good because Divan is such a good EXP sponge now. I missed my chance. I keep missing my characters that are good EXP gains. Oh yeah, Sadie said race. Well, I know who's gonna be my next target. Devi's gonna come on to you. Yep. They got a card for that. No surprise there. Reviving counts as healing too. To be honest though, I'm not really sure if like Rake is actually all that decent of a pet to have to begin with, Migo. Like, I mean, we all know that all we really talk about is the Broken Tooth. Because it's like, you know, the raid meta for Priest. Like, at least for vanilla. Oh, I'm not sure, like, what the newest best pet would be in Burning Crusade. But Cool Lion? Well, Cool Lion, yes. But on the other hand, it's not like it's a unique lion. You just go to the Barrens, you're gonna find another one like it. A Savannah Prowler. Although, I guess it would get it a few levels early. So, fair. But, nothing too, you know, groundbreaking. Because I'm pretty sure they have the same design as Savannah Prowlers have. At the Barrens. Oh, you're gonna play with me now, huh? Little bunny. Araki is dead. Whew, congrats. It's not like that the fight is the hard part, but, you know, finding Arakia is, you know, half the business. We could make a separate movie about finding Arakia. Like, screw finding Nemo. Finding Arakia is where it's at. Nemo had nothing. Nemo never compared to that shit. He doesn't know true pain, so therefore he doesn't make a good movie. At least compared to Arakia. I think just a basic fire would be enough. Yeah, more than enough. That is if I hit this thing. Nice. Okay, the sage is down. But I'm the one who found the mithril vein. Oh, well, boo-hoo. I don't care. You found it before. I'll take it away from you again. I don't mind. I need my kills, though. Damn scientists. Thinking they're privileged to every single little thing just because they found it first. Boo-hoo. Cry me a river. Life isn't all often that fair, you know. I just love, though, that I'm just single-handedly leaving the job of defending the illusionist to the Dragoon. While the others are just ganging up on this bunny. I guess people are very honest about their feelings about this thing. Wow, another crit. I just keep sending crits left and right now. But hey, I did say that I would need any healing on this fight. It certainly held its merit there. Now, if the illusionist comes over to Divanji here, we got a pleasant cheer waiting for them. Yeah, of course that would happen. Hold on, let me get another drink, guys. I'll be back in just a minute. Just letting this guy, you know, do his soiling of evidence in peace, and then I'm gonna soil him afterwards. It's only appropriate. Well, congratulations on your, was it Kodo Hunter leggings, Migo? And good luck on your journey over to Orgrimmar. First going through Camp Tarajo, then through Crossroads, and then either you're gonna take a safe trip through the little area between the Venture Co mine, like, and Orgrimmar into that small ravine and trying to get there. Get in faster, but you might be killed by lions, or you're gonna go ahead and just take the safe route and go through Durotar, walking through Razor Hill, or at least through the area which has the like the fun lizards in them. Whichever you take, but have fun. Taking the shortcut, my god, that's just pain if you're ever trying to do that on hardcore. Might be the last thing you'll ever do. The best way to level up Marsh, use Dragon Force. Because all the enemies are probably too weak right now. Hey, actually, I got a good idea. Let's burn up a little bit of Devanche. Yes. It sounds appropriate. At least it's gonna be worth decent XP. Now, Fubi, I'm counting on you, buddy. Kick its ass. There we go. Now we're done. We got a Mithril, but this just doesn't feel right. Do I care, Marsh? No. I just wanted my kills. Marsh, it is about time you started your tyrannical episode. Because, you know, if people are not given the tyranny, then they will not leave the areas to us. We need to show them what it means to mess with the Clan Rio Knights. I'm serious. Dead serious. And nobody has any access to this place. This place is banned but only to the best of the best. Thank you for the Giza Plains. I think I still need 17 areas, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, 17 areas. And we got the fire sigil. But that we can skip, because I don't need the sigils anymore. I got 2 spirit stones. I think that should be enough. Are we gonna now make some mega spirit stone with these? I wonder. Two attacks. Oh, god damn it. And just as I was thinking I was gonna have a peaceful time. Let me just go get my missions first. Yep, we got ourselves to Raw Sands. That's gonna be dispatch 5 enemies. Well, we're gonna get them once we're like clearing up those areas, so it's fine. Carson, that's your job. And well, Mace. I need the Choco Bread, which I don't have yet. And these are the Cephal missions, so that's gonna have to stay for now. Although the month is about to change, so I'll do a little quick flick here. 7 nights, we got the gold cap. There we go. And with the gold cap, we can get ourselves the, I think, the magic fruit. Yes, magic fruit. Let me just get rid of something useless like the magic cotton for now. Color magics are 5. We don't need you, Nero. You're not as smart as you think you are. Not as genius. Helvetin neropatti. So what's in the missions now that is Bard Moon? The performer. We are now lacking the other rabbit tail. Because we just used one, so that's not doable. El Ritmo needs the Moon and Dambook wood. I'm still working on that, but I'm almost done with that. And Good Bread still needs the grown-up bread. How close am I to having the wood? Clan. 7 days and 7 days. You know what? We can wait that. Let's go do one mission in between. Let's try to go save ourselves the Giza Plains. Yeah. There's also Missing Meow, but Missing Meow is not something we had to do. I only picked it up by impulse. Wait, actually we do have to do it. Do we have to do it? Hold on. We do! Right. Please find my pet. His name is Meow because he goes meow meow. He likes rabbit tails. Thank you. So we have to do Missing Meow. And then there's also the case of... What was the other area that was being captured? Was it the... Uli River? No. Giza Plains? No. Salika Wood. Yeah, Salika Wood. Okay. So we're gonna go do the... Was it now the Deddy Plains? We're gonna then go for the Missing Meow. And then we're gonna go back to get another capturing mission, and then we're gonna go and save ourselves the... save our Salika Wood. I think that's gonna be the plan for now. No other areas being captured right now, right? We can check the clan turf. No. Yeah, okay. Sounds like a plan then. So before we end up there, I'm gonna save here. And we should now be at least a couple missions further in. Right? Yeah, 272. Nice. I think today might be at least 280 plus. At this rate at least. But let's get the Deddy out of the way ASAP. And I know there's only 4 enemies in here, so we don't have to spend much time on this. And we don't get quite 5 from this, but the Missing Meow should probably like get the mission done for us. Skills on the broadswords, not a problem. Broadswords are not in the list of weapons that are being used by these characters, I believe. That's a Night Sword, yep, Devon is fine. Norby also uses Night Sword, doesn't he? Oh, he uses a Trident, yeah, even better. Spears are not bad. Spears are actually even recommended. Very neat. Fubi, you're working on a spear as well. Let's take that. And Martzi, you just finished your White Monk business, so... I guess it's time to switch you over to also being a Templar. I am very Templar based, guys, okay? I know that. Don't blame me. Don't point at me like that. Weapon attack plus. We got the Maximilians. Awesome. I'll take the... I'm out of headbands. Wow. Honey helmets. And then I guess I'm gonna take myself the bracers. And should I get myself a shield as well? Oh, dash boots actually, yeah. I don't think I need the shields as much. This is fine. Oh wait, we cannot bring Martinez anymore. But that's okay, at least Martinez is now ready. But yeah, we got a little bit of a Banga team here. Bangas love the Banga. So the question is, how quickly can we nuke our enemies? I don't care what they have, because usually like these capture mission enemies don't have anything on them, anything worthwhile. So I'm not expecting them to have a single bit of gear that actually matters to me. Hi there, Nacho. And welcome back as well, Karyu. Thank you for coming to the plane of existence, guys. How's it going for you, Nacho? Everything A-okay? I think I should do this from the sidelines. Yeah. It do be the best choice. And that's a Moogle thief right there, by the way. I should be a bit careful about that. Busy day at work, so much to do when people come back from vacation. Had to take a nap when you got home. That's fine, that's fine. At least you made it through your work day. How was it otherwise, despite it being busy? Was it still unpleasant? Or did you just manage just fine? Too low chances for this. I guess I'll just nuke this ninja. It's not fruit ninja, it's nuke ninja. It was okay. I'm glad to hear that. Of course, given that the work days usually are not actually always just fun to do, but, well... as long as, you know, you manage to do it, and it's not too much of a bother, then that's good. It's positive. Your lunch break was a bit late, so you were starving. Was it because of all the work you had to get done first, before you actually start your lunch break? Or were you just being particularly intricate about it? Were you, like, just being too conscientious of your work? Dun, 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 dun. Well, since this guy actually doesn't have... since this guy actually has the... accursed attack, like strike back, I guess I have to go for Aura for now. Yeah, I had a morning with 4 new people. Had to get their stuff working. Oh. Are they like the replacements temporarily? For like the people that are on vacation? Like the summer trainees? I don't think I ever really fully captured what you were doing, by the way, Nacho, but how, like, what do you actually exactly do as your job? Is it something you want to talk about, or is it something you don't want to, or is it, like, not something you probably get to too much detail? I think there was a slight mention of what you're, like, doing roughly, but I'm not sure if you ever mentioned, like, properly, like, what exactly it is that, you know, do in detail. Is air render valid here? 4 totally new employees. Oh, I see. You actually are, like, expanding as a business. Glad to hear that. Your system administrator who does regular help desk stuff also. Okay, so I guess you're, like, overseeing all the, like, the systematical, or, like, technical procedures and, well, the succession of the, you know, the workplace. Everything works, you know, from the technological perspective, like, you know, like an old machine. Jump time? Jumpy, jumpy? Jumpy! Jumpy! Jump the shit out of them! Yeah, something like that. Okay, okay. Are you okay with training newbies? Wait, is there somebody still? But they're dead. What? Why? What? Judge. Why am I still here? There's nobody alive anymore. You don't think I'm supposed to beat my own teammates, do you? Oh, the Moogle. I didn't realize it was still alive. No, not steel armor. What are you stealing? Please fail. Adamant armor. I can live with that. If it was a Maximilian, I would have said fuck you, but that's okay. And 60% even from the front. That's kinda bad. Nasty. I'm supposed to make myself another adamant armor anyway, I guess, so... It's whatever at this point. They weren't in our unit, just no one who works in your city. You work in IT from your hometown. I see. So I guess you're working in a more public sector then, not just in a company. Okay. Okay, I see. Well, I guess I should not be coming to mess with you, because if I'm gonna find out that I've been a bad guy to you, then one day if I ever end up coming to your city, then I'm just gonna be just outright just like banned from the city because I got in the wrong I ended up in the wrong shoe of the system administrator. Oh boy. That is just very comforting. Nah, I've actually worked on the public sector a little bit. Not like proper like full-time, but I used to, like, when I was doing like my C-body, I actually did work in public sector in my city for a bit. So I have some idea how it works. Not maybe help desk, but you know, I was working at the hospital. Right, I need a new armor piece. And before I do anything else, before I forget, Martinez, I forgot to give you your weapon attack plus. And then, since, was it Devons that lost their armor? No, they had Maximilian, of course. Norbert did. What should I give you as a replacement? Another Maximilian? I have 5 Maximilians? What? Dude, these things are crazy. I love that. Used to take care of one hospital also before the hyvinvointialue. The health, like the welfare sector. I guess one can call that. I see. So, I guess you were then moved on to bigger tasks, working for the whole city basically, rather than working just for the hospital after that. I guess, congratulations on a promotion. If it's proper to even call it that, but still. Sounds impressive. Is it a well-paying job for you? Because, I mean, you don't have to go to details, but, like, honestly, like, hearing that you're working in public sector and just in a help desk. Well, you're working as system admin too, but also, like, partially in the help desk. I'm not really sure if that's, like, super high-paying. It got smaller after the change, so you used to do both earlier. Much less stress now. I see, okay. Cool stuff, cool stuff. Fascinating. Moonwood. Shit. I don't know what to drop anymore. I mean, I guess the Banfer hides, because I can get a bunch of those eventually anyway. Banfer hides, adamantite. I have more Banfer hides than I have adamantite, to be honest. I think I have, like, what? 3 or 4 Banfer hides in here? Let's just put it that way, that you have some special skills that others don't have, so you have your own pay grade. I have a very particular set of skills, and I will track you, find you, and kill you. My guy is just getting sinister by the day. A man of mystery. I guess for a reason. Not that kind of skills. I was thinking too, but I had to say it anyway. I thought it was too good to pass on. But I get that. I mean, you do seem pretty tech savvy, so I would say, like, for the most, like, the average, like, mid-age people, I think, like, the skills that you have are very, very, like, I guess you could say magical at this point. You got magic fingers. Don't tell your GF I said that. Okay, anyway. I guess I should do with this. How much time do I have to get the Silica Wood saved? 29 days. I will track you, I will find you, and I will IP ban you. Every single fucking butthurt Blizzard employee ever. Probably. You like to stick your fingers in everything, so you do a lot of things that really didn't need to be IT department work. Are we saying like sticking fingers literally or more figuratively? Like, you're putting your nose into things that others don't want to bother with. You are like the kind of like the tech specialist. Man, I wish that somebody could also like recognize me for my own particular set of skills. And so like I would be just recognized in the working world. Meow's just level 35? Man, Meow isn't even worth farming at that point then. You want to be involved with everything, so it's mostly your own fault. I know how you feel, to be honest, Nacho. I know how you feel. Because, like I said earlier, I think like a couple streams ago, I was also saying that I do find preference also like being like also like, even if I was in a more administrative job, I would still love to be like on the more bottom level of the job because I want to understand what's going on. I just don't want to be overlooking and overseeing things. I want to understand how something works. And if I'm just like being the guy that just like, you know, the overseer or like the, you know, the team leader, well, if I don't know what the shit about what I'm doing, then how am I supposed to lead them? I have this very particular mentality with that. Holy copycat and haste. Okay, I guess I do this then. I guess if you just use skills, we won't copycat anything with these guys. Yes, he bullied carrots. Meow. Meow. It's saying meow. That must be meow. We found it. Wow, every single cat does not meow. It just is meow that meows. You find it more interesting to fight with computers and fix problems. I feel you there. I guess I could say in my own case that what I find more interesting about fighting with computers is understanding how it works. So like for me, it's not about like fighting with things for the sake of fighting. It's about understanding why it doesn't work and finding how to resolve it. Like it's something that like, you know, facilitates learning on that. That's like for me personally something that I'm very strongly about. Like I like the idea that I got a very good grasp on things. I could finish this if I just did normal attack here, but I would copycat that, so a render will have to do for now. Is it the same meow? Of course it is. I just established core of your Ronin class in your game. Alright, Karyu. Glad to hear that, buddy. Are we getting closer to being done with the actual like gameplay loop with everything? Or do we still have many classes incoming, inbound? Well, that is your opinion only, Karyu. Maybe somebody else is gonna prefer the samurai instead. We got new computers on Friday and there's some weird issue with them. It's frustrating to find out what's wrong with them, but also so rewarding. I get you there, buddy. Like, I'm the kind of guy that always, like, tries to solve the problems, like, with these PCs and stuff. Like, it's, for me, personally, something that... I don't want to just, like, whenever a problem comes my way, I don't want to, like, splash money at it and just, like, be like, please fix it for me. I'd rather find out how to fix it myself. I'd rather be self-sufficient. I'd rather be multi-talented. Meow! I hope Meow is okay. I hope it did not destroy the Meow. Still far from done, you're doing class this and to distract yourself from our tedious job at the minute, as you're not feeling well, but you know that, yeah. As long as it's something you're willing to do. After Ronin, you still plan on adding 9 jobs. Oh, that's a lot. How many jobs is it gonna be in total then? At least for the time being. But yeah, I'm gonna wish you good luck with that, Nacho, but I totally understand how you feel, because if you get to just, like, do this kind of stuff that you would do, like, on your own time anyway, and then you just gotta do some, like, help desk stuff on the side, then it's honestly just, like, a skill set. Well, people are gonna ask you for help, and then, you know, that's it. You just, like, do your own little, you know, fidgeting and stuff. It's pretty cool. 67 jobs with 2 secret ones. You got it. It's a pretty cool one. Like, it's, I guess you could say that it's applying to the, you know, both worlds in this case. Do I need a second Ella Finder too? I'm not sure. I don't think I should, but I guess I'll leave it open for now. Hey, Blades anti-ban, actually. I'll keep this. Even though it's archery only, I just know I'm gonna want that at some point. You did some tests and limit the default to drivers, and said your coworker found a problematic device today. Now we have to somehow find why it does what it does. And you love doing help desk stuff. You love meeting people and working with them. I mean, Nacho, I'm literally working as a streamer. You can only imagine what kind of a job like help desk could be for me. Like, I actually like helping people a lot. I even tried to get myself into a lot of like, I tried to get myself into like a lot of stores, partially for the reason that I actually like working with other people. Of course, customers can be of varying quality and there might be some that are mad, but I'm at least gonna contribute to at least making sure that they're gonna have a better day. I'm not the kind of guy that gets easily caught up by somebody else being mad. I understand that they might be frustrated with something. They may not understand that the fault isn't in a person that's on the desk, but that's fine. At least I'm there to at least make them calm down. And also, in general, just like the basic like essence of helping is pretty cool. And the fact that you get to work on these kind of like side projects while like at work basically, just pretty cool. It would actually be a pretty cool job in my opinion as well. You also need some time to work. Oh yeah. 3 tier 1s to 6 tier 2s and 13 tier 3s. Okay, so it's kind of like a pyramid model then. You also need some time to work on your secret 2.5 tier unit and its 3.5 tier advancement. So there are 2 secret units. You're the only extrovert in our team, and so it can be frustrating when some things would be solved easily by a phone call and they avoid calling anyone. I understand you, but why the fuck are they working in a public sector if they don't like being extroverts? Dude. They are low-key just fortunate to have you. To be honest, I understand the aversion with meetings, but to be honest, I have this feeling myself that meetings don't have to be nasty. Like, you know when I actually worked on my Flight private server video, I actually like basically did cold calls to like 5 different private servers at that time. And I was having a good time with those. If they were not like actual formal meetings, but they were like literally just like, we're gonna be stuck in a call for an hour or 2 to discuss things. Like, it's kind of a meeting in there. But it was just pleasant, at least for me, because, you know, we were putting it right away that no need to be like overly formal and stuff. Let's just have a good time, understand what's going on, and if there's any questions, we can ask them. It's about like putting up an atmosphere of it, I believe. I would say most meetings, because they are very like driven to a specific task, with just like getting, you know, things done. And not really like remembering all the other socializing aspects of it. It's pretty nasty and cruel, but... Well, in my case at least, meetings can be fun, as long as, you know, the people are open for the mind of like actually trying different things. Ninja Tabi. Ooh. Your coworker had a ticket open for a few weeks. You're just sending emails to the client. You just called it and resolved everything in 5 minutes. Oh, God. Yeah, because, I mean, I would say the same problem with emails is too that, well, you can get a single response, but, you know, the response back can take like a few days even sometimes, so... If you were just able to like just directly just like exchange those 10 emails in the span of 5 minutes, that's a phone call, basically. Unless it's like a very particular difficult case, which cannot be discussed right away, then fair enough. But if it's just really just like throwing questions and answers in all the time, then it really is just a phone call thing. I don't understand why things have to be left behind. And honestly, like, for me, if you just get the phone call out of the way, usually I feel pretty good about it afterwards, because I feel like I got something out of my way, out of my chest. Even if it's just, like, for my own case. So, yeah. I don't see the problem. Wait, we lost the Dorsa as well? Oh, God. 15 enemies. That's gonna be a long one. But I know I'm gonna at least get 4 enemies soon, so it's fine. Then Shadow Clan is gonna be new. Well May is gonna be done yet because I don't have the Choco Bread Performer. We don't have the Rabbit Tail. Good Bread, we still need the other grown-up bread. Rhythmo was the wood thing. Yes, let's do Rhythmo. Actually, what do we get from Rhythmo? Fell Castanets. Is that a new mission item? Or is that an actual gear piece? Sometimes you think your coworkers don't like you because you have to kick their asses to make a phone call. You do sound like I'm their leader. I mean, you're the one that's doing the shot calls. You're the one that's actually like taking initiative on doing the things nobody else wants to do. So in a way, I guess you could say that if you're not necessarily the leader, at least you are driven to get things done and out of the way. Like, you're not just treating it as a job, you're treating it as a thing where you're doing something for other people. Like, it's not just about doing what you're being told to do in a way, but it's more about, like, you understanding the pain that the other person is going through, and you're like, let's just get this out of the way then. It's not a big deal. And, you know, it's gonna make more than just one party happy in the end there, so, yeah. So I guess, in a way, you do kind of count as a leader there. But honestly, if I was in your position, I would be doing the exact same thing. I would not be tolerating just, like, leaving things hanging because, you know, being a little bit cold feet. Just get it out of the way. Everyone's gonna be happier that way. The employees as well as the customers. Okay, I guess I'll send Rebel. And how long? 10 enemies. And Rebel was good, right? Rebel was good. Okay. So, more enemy fighting, but that's okay. At least we got plenty of reasons to fight enemies. That's cool. Clock Tower still needs some work. Blade and Turtle still needs the Adam and Alloy. I don't have the mission for that yet. And yeah, this gives me the Power Fruit, but I still need the Cat's Tears from somewhere. Don't know yet the reason or like the origin for that, but I guess I'll find out eventually. And the Shadow Clan. If you truly believe you are the strongest clan in Ivalice, we, Shadow Clan, challenge you. Hanzo, the Shadow Clan boss. Oh boy. Does it have a time limits? No, it doesn't. Good. Let me just send in, of course, the gem, the Esteroth, as well as, I guess, I could send it just the Spirit Stone, but I'll just get in the Ogma Seal, why not? Well, yeah, good on you, though, Nacho. And I'm just glad to hear that you're actually having a job that you're genuinely enjoying. Too bad that your, like, back has been in a pretty nasty, condition lately to, like, enable you to do that stuff properly, but I'm glad that you're able to get to it eventually. Slowly but surely. I just hope that they're doing fine on the help desk front without you around. I can imagine that the pain that they're going through. Because you're the only one that wants to bother with people. At least from the sound of it. Of course, I don't take it as, like, you putting slander on others, but I guess it's just, like, one of those objective truths that some people just really don't want to do that stuff. Your GF thinks you're crazy. You enjoy visiting your workplace even during vacation to grab a coffee with coworkers. I would do the same with the public sector workers I was dealing with. And honestly, I'm the kind of guy that, like, you know, says, have a nice day to the cashier. So, I'm really, like, the kind of, like, naturally outgoing person. It can be a bit sickening to people. People think I'm crazy for that reason, but, you know, I don't mind that. I'm just doing the good thing because I know how bad it is for most cashiers to work in those places. Because most people are shit and just, like, start, like, doing some slander and dirt on the cashiers for no good reason. It ain't the desk workers' problem that the company sucks, yo. I'm the same one as well there. And I just love the idea, like the fact that I always say, like, thank you to the bus driver, and nobody else usually does, but when I say it, somebody else might say it afterwards. I'm the kind of guy that just, like, you know, pushes positive energy and, like, the social aspect to basically everything. Something that you don't really see in Finland. It might sound like those very basic amenities here, like, to others, but in Finland, it's like, it's a very silent culture. Got a coffee? Great. Grab a coffee? Great. You just hope you don't do any extra work then. Aww. A colleague that works overtime and doesn't fill them in. Yeah, well, that's the colleague's choice, I guess, in the end. You even yell thank you when exiting a restaurant if you don't see any worker near me. Honestly, I honestly would do the same. I don't go to restaurants often, but now that I think about it, I think I would do the same too. At least I want to like show my appreciation and not just like be like one of those guys that just comes and goes. My most played FF of all time. Well, okay, Raze, you are part of the grouff of people that, you know, or well, you're not the only one in here so far that has said that. For some people, it's the first one. For some people, it's the most played one. There are many people who have said that have dropped on the streams and said that this game has a pretty special slot in their lives. For me, I don't exactly have a long history with this game. I'm playing this for the first time ever, and, well, since I didn't originally have a GBA. So, it's kind of like I'm coming to this afterwards, but this whole marathon for me has been a first-time experience. Like, I've been playing many Final Fantasies for over the past 2 years or so, starting from, like, Final Fantasy 7 and then 1, and going up from there. And it's been, aside from 10, I have never played any other Final Fantasy before, so it's been an experience. Alright. Nah, you do keep your work and lifetime freedom separate, at least that much. Yeah, like, even then, like, it's not about just, like, you know, if you actually want to, like, meet your mates and just, like, have a good time with them, then there's nothing wrong with just coming over to say hi. I mean, it's kind of like one of those things where it really shows that somebody enjoys their job and enjoys the people they're working with. And it's not something that's being asked on the book or like let's say employee handbook, like you're supposed to do this, but you know, it's really just that they have managed to foster like a environment where not just enjoying themselves. You're just one of the many crazy people here. Yep. I mean, I'm the kind of crazy guy that plays through every single Final Fantasy very thoroughly and spends like at least 100 hours on them. And everyone calls me crazy, even among the crazy people, so yeah. Welcome to the crazy land. You're gonna make a fine fit. Saber status and healing. We don't need healing, I don't care. So let's just get the nukes down. Norbert. And Fubar, of course. Is Fubar up and jumping yet? Yes, we are. We are. Good. I want to get myself something else now as well. I can actually learn... I want to learn weapon attack, honestly, so bad from the Templar. And then move back to being Dragoon. Weapon attack would be so nice. And I also could use the counter, of course, as well. I do wonder, do I actually want to do that as a detour at some point first? I could do it now, actually, to be fair. Since I just finished another White Monk. Yeah, I'll just wait on it for now, I guess. Let me just get in the... I guess the... air render for starters, then I'm gonna get myself the Whirlwind for 100 points. And in the meantime, I'll learn Counter from Brigandine. You started for FF4 as your first 2D, FF10 as your first 3D, but this one passes shifts at the hotel front desk job I had. Oh, I understand. It's been just a convenient because it was like one of the first handhelds you ever had, I suppose. GBA at the office. Truly an experience. For me, personally, K-Race, FF10 was the game that really started the whole thing for me. I also played Final Fantasy XIV, the MMO, at some point. I still play it with friends sometimes, but I'm not playing it actively because I'm not able to have time for that. But I love the game. Alright, go ahead, Nacho. See you soon. But yeah, FF10 is like my starting point. I waited many years before I played another Final Fantasy aside from 14. And I got to playing all these Final Fantasy games like 2 years ago when I did my first stream on Final Fantasy 7. And it's been history ever since, and I've been having a great time with these games. They're all so different, they're all with different experiences, they're all with like different mechanics. It's just been a blast, and I've been enjoying this very thoroughly. But it's certainly been very time consuming, and that's because Final Fantasies are actually long games. Comes with the territory, you know. But yeah, I'm glad to hear, though, that FF14 actually happened to be... Or, no, FF4 happened to be your first 2D, because FF4, I think, is like, you know, one of the better ones already. Because FF1 to 3, I think, are pretty linear when it comes to story build up. But FF4 above is, like, where the game actually gets much more story involved. And it's pretty nice to see that. Because before that point, it was kind of, you know... well, very repetitive in a way. The gameplay mechanics were always unique and new, but still the story was not much to talk about. But FF4 really like put a dent on that. And from beyond that, Final Fantasies have become very story rich. And I like that. So have you played any other Final Fantasies yourself, K-Ray? Or is it like that those are the only 3 you've played? Or have you even played through the whole franchise, perhaps? We have those cases too. Plenty. on Fairy down. I don't think I'm able to deal with Bog Ruler yet. And they like to have counter. Oh, actually they don't. You know what? I'll deal with this. Of course. Because I know that the others can easily deal with this guy here. Yeah, because I'm pretty sure Martinez can just deal with this guy themselves. You played FF1 to GBA, FF7, FF8. Really, you've beaten the first two 13s. But you haven't beaten the last 13. I don't think it's that weird. Like, I know that 13 is very much known as the hallway simulator, but at the same time, I have heard some good things about FF13 too. Especially for the later parts of the game, the sequels. Apparently it gets better with the sequels, but I'm not sure myself. I never played it yet. It's gonna be something I guess I'll be doing towards the next year, probably, at this rate. Looking at the rate I've been completing this game so far. Zero and Dissidia. Do you mean Duodecim, or do you like actually mean the original Dissidia? 13 feels like turn-based Devil May Cry where you control 3 characters. Isn't that just like every single, like, every single ATB type? Or is it like something that different about 13 then? I mean, I haven't played actually Devil May Cry yet. I do have the first 3 Devil May Cry on my PC right now, or like I have the thing on my Steam. But I haven't actually bought the game yet, or like played the game yet. I do intend to at some point, but it's been a bit hard to get to. I've been a little bit caught up with other games in my backlog. Duodecim on PSP. Yeah, okay. It was Duodecim. Yeah, because actually Duodecim and actually the FF0. Actually, wait. When you say 0, do you mean typo? Because now that I think about it, 0 doesn't like ring a bell to me right now. Yeah, do you mean type 0? In 13, you can uppercut enemies into the stratosphere and then use guns and spells to keep them afloat like DMC. Oh, so it's very like, I guess, gravitational game. I see. Okay. Well, that's a little bit like a flavor difference, but I guess it's still an ATB game at the end of the day, though. Interesting, though. I need to get to DMC at some point, and I guess at the same time, I will get myself eventually to Final Fantasy 13 as well, but that's gonna have to come in order. If I'm now just recently played 10, and the next game I'm gonna play is 12, then you can go figure. Especially since I intend to play, like, also Final Fantasy Tactics Advance 2 in the meantime, and also play Revenant Wings, which is the so-called Final Fantasy 12 sequel. Isn't FF13 like an auto-battler? I'm not sure about that, to be honest. It's been a long time since I last tried it on Xbox 360. The endgame is fun, but the beginning is not. I see. Well, that's like what I hear too, like, again, like, the sequels are better than the, like, the base game. Or maybe, like, even in the base game, the game gets better as you get deeper in. I'm not sure. I guess it's, like, something that comes with, like, the more skills you unlock and stuff. But you have played 7, 8, FF1 and 2 on GBA, and, yeah, 0 and Dissidia. So again, is this 0 type 0, or is there like another game called Final Fantasy 0, literally? Because I'm not sure myself right now. And aside from that, Kay, so I played through all the first 10 Final Fantasies now. You forgot you beat 15. Well, nobody talks about 15 anyway, so I guess that's fair. But I had to get to that game at some point. Because I understand that 15 was kind of discontinued. Halfway through. They ran out of budget that they didn't want to build up on the game anymore. But, yeah, so first in Final Fantasy's Tactics Advance, Tactics and Tactics Advance, and then I have played also Final Fantasy 4-2, the After Years, as well as the Final Fantasy Mystic Quest. Which is a little bit of a very severe spin-off, but still. I have played that, I suppose, too. FF0 is the Dynasty Warriors one, the PSP one. You forgot the subtitles, it was like Harry Potter War Edition. Okay, I see. You made it to Orgrimmar. Congratulations, Miko. It was a long trek. Let me just now check. Can actually find it on Steam, this game, or is it like exclusively on PSP? Final Fantasy 0. At least it doesn't come across, at least on Steam. I guess it has to be emulated too. And also, I'm not sure like how relevant the game is actually like to the main story, because I'm like mostly sticking to the mainline games, but when there is like some lore relevance to things on the spin-offs, I go with those. Just like how the lore relevance for, you know, Tactics also exists, because this is also like tied around Final Fantasy 12 apparently, because they're both in the release. Yeah, but like, is it just 0 though? Is it the same as just Final Fantasy 0, the Type 0? Is that the Dynasty Warriors? It is FF typo. Okay, it is typo. Okay. So that's the thing I was not sure about, because K-Ray wasn't really like sure themselves if it was like actually typo. But yeah, typo is also on the list. So yeah, that being said, Kay, glad to hear that this game has such a strong mental attachment to you. And I can understand that too, like being one of the first like handheld consoles out there. And like being a pretty cool game for its time, I gotta say. It's been a pretty cool time to be doing at your work. Whenever like in between breaks and stuff. Yeah, you mean like the 0 as well, not just the Final Fantasy 15. I don't know, I know the 15 is forgettable, but I'm not sure about typo. Haven't like looked into that myself. Good Souls like brutal story. I see. Probably the second best game of this 13 series. Oh wait, Type 0 belongs to the 13 series? Actually didn't know that, so are there like basically then like 4 games to 13? Because there's 13, 13-2, Lightning Returns, and then there's Type O. Yeah, I'm supposed to play it like, I say, 13 1.5 basically. And like, of course, if I play Dimensions and Dissidia Duodism as well. We need to like look into like what the order between these games is gonna be at some point. Yeah. Okay. Interesting. You enjoyed F15, but Typo was very old school Monster Hunter Chan combat, you remember. There was a character who drew collectible cards. And 15 was originally supposed to be part of the 13 universe, but before it went into development hell and was remade from the grounds up. Oh, so that like they completely changed the whole thing to be just like a boy band just adventuring because of development hell. God damn it. Was it even the original intention? That's sad. I cannot say much about 15 myself because I never played it, but I do know that it was never finished, so I guess it matters like whether the game is still gonna be fun despite it being unfinished. We'll have to see about that. But yeah, so when does actually then Typo come in? Is it really gonna be like between 13 and 13.2? Or is it gonna be something that comes like at some other time? Because that's at least what is in the book, like in my notebook, but then again, I guess that was something that was very strictly something that that like was like based on the release times. Okay, if you say so. If it works the best, then I guess I'll go with that. But yeah, I guess those are like the cases of like different players with different tastes. They both have their own merits, but I guess it depends on the player if it's good or not. But I'll play them anyway, because I am very open to different ideas and different concepts. But in any case though, K-Ray, thank you very much for dropping on the stream. Thank you so much for dropping your information about how your past with this game is. Like I said, this game doesn't have a very strong, nostalgic feeling to me, because I'm playing this for the first time in my life myself. But I do love the game for its concepts. I think there are things about this game that make it different from Tactics, the original game. And I would say Tactics and Tactics Advance have their own strengths and weaknesses. But I like them both for what they are. I like this as a pretty chill experience. So yeah. 15 is underrated, you think? The story framework is cool. It's less boy band and more properly loved. Okay, I see. That's okay, Nacho, but you came here for retros. We are here to open you up to the world of Final Fantasies. Did you ever mention, by the way, which Final Fantasy you played again? Because I kind of forgot if you ever did mention that. 32 is Pokemon. Oh god, that's crazy. Interesting. Well, I'm gonna say here, Kay, like having hot takes on things, so like not maybe like representing minority, like majority is completely okay in here. Like, we are kind of like the guys that we openly debate and talk about things. Like, we talk and express our opinions and just, like, clash them together, but not in a way that we're trying to, like, you know, get into each other's throats, but straight up just actually talk about things because we have feelings tied to them. And we try to, like, kind of, like, enrich and each other's opinions and thoughts into the matter, so... Nothing wrong with saying that you think 15 is underrated. I think it's gonna make it even more interesting for me to, like, look into that game. 13th is the Chrono Trigger of FF games. I wonder what you mean by that. Because there's a lot of opinions that I have about Chrono Trigger. Or a lot of thoughts about it. Prison Break, Bell Journey, Miracle Rush, Well Maze. So many useless missions, but I guess I'll get them out of the way. Prison Break, won't care about that, but I'll open up the slot. Battle Journey, same thing. Let's go to a different city then. Miracle Rush. You think it was 7-2? Can't remember because I didn't have it anymore. I'm not sure which 7 game actually counts as like 7-2, because I know there is Crisis Core and then there is Dirge of Cerberus, but none of them were actually explained to me to be like 7-2 or 7-3, so I'm not sure if that's Crisis Core. And it's pretty crazy that you played Crisis Core but never played the base game, if we assume that to be the case. It's interesting. Because it was on PS2 and it was something -2, so that leaves a lot. Wouldn't that then be like 10-2 at that point? Because that's PS2. I think 7-2 would still be under the PS1 scope. You just bought one FF game because people had told that FF games are amazing. Wow. Very base opinion. Hold on, let me actually look into this. Final Fantasy games. Let's see. Final Fantasy 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 online. Wait, 10. 10 doesn't even show like the 10-2s and stuff. Is it like on a separate... Oh, main series related games. Yeah, X2 is the... I think it has to be X2, man. I think it has to be X2. That you played. Crisis Core, where is it? PlayStation Portable. Dirge of Cerberus was mobile phones. Wait, they had Final Fantasy VII Snowboarding as a separate game? On phones? Dude. Then, before Crisis... Oh, actually, 7 Dirge of Cerberus was also PlayStation 2. It was the last episode that was in mobile phones. So, it could be X2 or it could be also like 7 Crisis Core, but I have a feeling that the Crisis Core was something that wasn't marked as 7-2, so it has to be, I think, X2. Do you remember playing with 3 bitches? Is what I'm saying? Did you just have female heroines? Also, did they really sell this X2 in and of itself? Like, not X and X2 together? Because that's pretty crazy. Yeah, 13.2 was already on PlayStation 3, so it had to be one of those two. Either some very vague 7 sequel that doesn't have a 2 on it directly, or then it was 10-2. Well, that wouldn't be a game anymore, K-Ray. The main character being male. If the main character was Zack, I believe, then it was Crisis Core, I think. And if it was, like, very much still a polygon mess, likely, then it... Actually, no, I'm not sure if, like, 7.2 was... like, if Crisis Core was still, like, a polygon mess or Dirge of Cerberus. At least original 7 was, but that was PS1 already. Yeah, but is it actually 7.2 on the box? Because I don't think Nacho would know about, like, the so-called, like, you know, socially agreed numberings. Yeah, that's okay, Nacho. But I guess I'll take it that you didn't play it for long. But yeah. Red Mage plus double cast plus summons in this game is overpowered and try the backseat, but eventually gonna try and fall in love on this game. It's actually already been mentioned, K-Ray. Double cast summoning is something that has been mentioned, and I'm working on it right now, actually. I have Eldina, the secret character that starts with the Ultimate spell. I'm working on getting them to be a summoner right now, so that's on the way. But then again, we're pretty close to being done with this game, so yeah. Also, yeah, you're the last person to get upset about opinions, by the way. That's good, K-Ray. Then you're on the right stream on that. Hope you have a great day. I'm cooking breakfast for your family. Good luck with that, K-Ray. Hope I'll be seeing you in the chat later. And if you're gonna be still listening in the background, then hope you're gonna have a great stream. If not, then maybe we'll see later or some other time. Yeah. You did play it like 20 hours, so not true. Not true, but you still did put quite a few hours into it. You might have the save file on your memory card, but the PS2 is somewhere hidden under all the Nintendo stuff. And you don't have the disc anymore anywhere. Isn't that gonna be something easy to find at this point than the actual memory card? And actually having still an intact memory card for PS2, goddamn, bro. You do what you do, Nacho, honestly. Whatever suits your case. But that is so fascinating. You sold all the PS games. Ah, I see. Fair enough. I mean, I guess you don't need them anymore, so that's valid. Anyway, it's now King Moon. I think we don't have anything going on in the background here. Nothing to take away my areas. Nope. Okay. You say the console only because your GF likes Spyro games. Oh yeah, the original Spyro games. I haven't played them myself. The only Spyro game I played is Skylanders. One of my friends I met when my sister was living in her first infancy home. I met a friend there, and I played Skylanders with them. Played the original Skylanders, and then I played Skylanders Giants. It's been a long time since I last played that game. And I love the freaking finish dubs on that one. And only good Spyros are the original 3 on PS1. We have them. Yeah, I understand that. I just have never played them myself. It would be a nice pleasure to play those at some point, though. Are the PC ports worth anything? Or the remasters? I'm not sure. Swap Force and Giants aged well. I see. Swap Force came later, right? Because I think the very first Skylanders was... It was a longer name. Don't exactly remember which one it was, but... Skylanders. Let me actually check right now. What game actually was that? Skylanders games. Was it just Skylanders? Just Skylanders? I guess it was just Skylanders. Yeah. Or was it just Spyro's Adventure? I'm not sure if it was Spyro's Adventure, to be fair, but maybe it was. Maybe I never remember the original title name. Skylanders is Diablo for kids. Yeah, and it has like this sort of feeling of like, you know, character permanence because you get to keep some accessories and stuff. It's very cool. But it was very like, it was kind of like playing a Paradox game. You had to get more characters to get through everything in the games. Because you needed all the 8 elements. It was pretty like MTX heavy, I guess you could say. But it was still a pretty cool game series. At least I never had to buy a single thing myself. PC port worked good. At least the remaster versions could run better than the original. It has bad FPS drops in some levels. Fair enough. And PC port worked good for you, but you played at your sister's yesterday and the 30 FPS is not perfect. Well, if it's at your sister's and your sister's PC is pretty bad, then I guess it's fair. Yeah, it's kind of like the old hardware consoles were like built in a way that they were really like pushing the hardware to the limits. Like the games were so like heavy for the hardware alone to just run. And even like for Nintendo 64, I think like the best they could do was 24 FPS. It was crazy. That works too actually, Nacho, because I did play 64 at least, you know, on emulator. And at least Donkey Kong 64 worked just fine on that. If you guys remember, I did show that my Donkey Kong 64 101% at some point. only those remember that were actually there. Got it crazy? Ah, Cruisy Alloy. Ah. But hey, we can now get the gold cap out, because we can get the gold cap to turn into magic fruit. Don't know what the magic fruit is for yet, but I'll do it. Damn it. My Revel and Carson are both gone. But I can send Ritz in, actually, or Shara. I'll send in Shara. Why not? And fun, Shara. Your journey to emulators lately just because of the FPS limit, and also said it'll look amazing on N64 emulator with graphic changes. Yeah, you actually did talk about that the other day. The thing is, though, for me, that I turned into emulators because I used to own certain games before, but because I don't have the consoles anymore, I wanted to play them again, but I didn't have the hardware, nobody sells it anymore. There had to be a way for me to play these games again, and that's how I got to emulating myself properly. That and the fact that some games had to be emulated on the PC if you want to play them, like nowadays, like this for example, because they don't have an actual FFTA copy on PC. So I had no choice but to emulate this thing, but it was like that, you know, I appreciate emulating for that sense because like there was no other way I could play these games ever. We've also been laying Dreamcast games with the nice HD widescreen mods. Capcom vs SNK with full arcade view. SNK? What do you mean with SNK? Sorry, I'm not really all that good with all the retro credentials. Yeah, that too. Like, there are so many adapters you gotta get because, like, the old stuff, like, I still remember, like, those, you know, not show. You're gonna, like, you know, flare some, like, ranges when I say Scarlet. Like, the freaking, like, those long freaking bars with a lot of, like, you know, spikes on them. Like, those very long, rectangular things. They were crazy, man. And, then also... Then I guess also like those old like three-way TV cables, like the red, I think red, yellow, and white. I think it was like, dude, don't do this shit nowadays. Yeah, SCART cables. Yeah, those were fucking insane, man. I remember they were like the old USBs, man. Trying to fit them into your TV or your console was a big fucking pain in the ass, and they were usually the one that was always falling off. Yeah. SNK did King of Fighters and Metal Slug. Actually, no Metal Slug. I think I saw some, I think my brother played it before a little bit. I saw it on the side, but I didn't play Metal Slugs myself. They seemed so gory at the time and very, like, I guess in a way scary, because it was like people like just like shooting things and then dying and stuff. It was a pretty hardcore looking game, in my opinion. Shingeki no Kyojin. Hey, this is not Attack on Titan, bro. It's not that time. But, yeah. So SNK was another company, I guess. I just don't remember the company name so well myself, so... I'm like, let's just say that I love retro stuff, but I'm not exactly retro savvy. Like, I actually said this literally last stream because I was talking with somebody else, that I don't really like, you know... I'm not all that accustomed to all these retro titles and retro games and retro companies because I never, like, live with them. But they are still things I love to learn more about from others, so I have to like get secondhand information a lot, but it's not that I lack that compassion or interest for these kind of things. Oh! It might be a while though, honestly, Nacho, when SNK was last mentioned, so that's why. I don't really remember. I could be wrong about that though. But, yeah, yeah, very valid that the hardware is pretty bad and that like gets people to emulating. Emulating is like something that's very accessible and like something very like I would say more popularized nowadays because there are many different titles that you can access otherwise anymore. Because the games are not being sold anymore, they're not being remastered, the game consoles are not being sold anymore, the original hardware. The other choice you have is that you find some very vague collector selling their own console for like 500 plus bucks. And hopefully you're gonna find the game from somewhere, but that's not gonna happen. It's not something viable, and it's not even then, like, it's not even... Even if you bought some second-hand console from somebody, it's not exactly like, you know, the company that made it is gonna care about that at that point, because it's not them getting the money out of it, so... If they're not really selling it anymore, then, you know, why bother even? why even try to be all too particular about how you're gonna get it? Because it's either you're gonna never get it again, or you're just gonna have, like, get it some other way. Even if it's not the official and original way. Speaking of all consoles and cables, you've been thinking of getting an HDMI adapter for your Wii. Makes things so much easier to connect. Wait, was actually Wii not HDMI anymore? Or yet? Dude, I forgot that Wii wasn't HDMI. That's crazy. Was it then also SCART cable? Or was it something else? Yeah. Wii U wasn't HDMI. Ah, but I never played Wii U, so I had no way to, like, know that that was already, like, you know, that was, like, HDMI. How was Wii then connected? Because I have no idea at the moment. Get this out of the way. Okay, we got nothing else we can do for now, unless we get some more resources. We need another rabbit still, at least. That's for sure. It had scarred, it had a component signal also. Oh god. I remember we had that very slim bar for motion sensing, and I used to play like Agent Hugo Hula Holiday like a million times on that console. That was like my main game on that game for some reason. That and Monopoly Wii. Monopoly Wii is still my favorite, like, Monopoly version I've ever played. That actually has, like, automatic opponents. There's no other Monopoly version I prefer as much as the Wii version. And I'm low-key willing to get myself another, like, freaking Wii. Like, get myself, like, an emulation for Wii just for that reason. Just for fucking Monopoly. And component equals composite. Component is the one with 3 cables for video and 2 for audio. Composite has one for video. Only one for video. Okay, I see. So yeah, so basically you're saying that Wii still had the thing that it was still separated into different signal types. And it was, again, something that the modern systems can't really do nowadays. Devil's Pitchfork that really all consoles had. What do you mean with the Devil's Pitchfork? Because I haven't had the pleasure of plugging anything else than an N64 at best. So if you're talking about like NES or SNES, I have no idea, dude. I am not of the I'm not privy of the information that goes with it. This needed 7 days, this is free to do, and this needed 11 enemies. Let's just go beat a few enemies, I guess. No worries, Nacho. See you later, buddy. I guess I'll go beat up the Mithril team for now, then. But yeah, fascinating stuff though, guys. Like, honestly, for me, this is completely new. At least some of this stuff. Some of the stuff I remember a little bit from my past, but I kind of forgot the transition between, like, when things went HDMI and when they didn't. And because I had a pretty big rift between consoles, like, I had an Xbox, I had a PlayStation 1 and 2, I had a 64, I had a GameCube, but since those were not my consoles, I think the latest, like, my own console that I got was Xbox 360, and after that I stopped getting consoles completely, because I was just playing with my PC. So I kind of like lost my touch with what actually was like, you know, how did the technology evolve? Like, seriously, I never had anything beyond Nintendo Wii or Xbox 360. That was when my console life has ended completely. Never seen a better console aside from my friend having a PS4 and 5. But I never, like, looked into, like, the technical solutions of it. Holy copycat and haste. I hate the copycat. I might ban that. Especially in a long fight like this. I don't trust that. I don't trust I'll be able to do this one without, like, getting myself into trouble with this. And Holy stops healing, but I guess Marsh's Blue Magic can do that well enough already. And Balancing. I got freaking 5 bangas in this team, guys. I'm crazy. Legendary Final Fantasy like replacement is the Phantasy Star series, specifically for end of the millennium for Genesis. Phantasy Star Online on DC is your favorite game of all time. I see. To be honest, I have heard things about Phantasy Star myself from Migo. Migo really likes Phantasy Star games, at least from what I've seen so far. but I never tried them myself. It's kind of like one of those things that I actually have a lot of plans for what I want to play at some point. Like, I want to finish the Final Fantasies, I want to play the Kingdom Hearts, I want to play the Trails games, I want to play Dragon Quests. Phantasy Star could be one of the many things, but I gotta at least focus on one series at a time, and I'm only able to do so much because I'm also playing, I'm also like doing my other stuff on the same time, like other things in the background, and I'm only limited to streaming like 14 to 20 hours a week. Or no, 14 to 22 hours a week. Depending if I'm like having extra streams or not, and that depends on if I've been missing hours or not. Like I have this balancing act where I kind of catch up on streams if I have been missing some since I've been out for some vacation or something like that. Not vacation per se, but like if I have some other errands that like stop me from streaming and therefore I can continue streaming for the time being. And that's when I just have like catch-ups. And I literally just stopped doing catch-ups, like just this week. But those could always still happen. But even then, my usual fare is like 14 hours a week on these games. It's not much. Especially when I usually spend like 100 hours on a game. You feel like you'll never finish your backlog of turn-based RPGs. Same. Same here. PSO episode 1 and 2 were terrible to solo, but episode 3 on GC is so good. And he wouldn't stand a chance at the old Fantasy Star games. He'd get so hopelessly lost. You know what? I would gladly challenge that shit. Like, if it's gonna at least teach me to be more aware of my surroundings, I would gladly, like, take the challenge. And if I have to, like, backtrack to find out what the hell I'm supposed to do next, I'll gladly, like, take the dive there. So, you know what? Not a problem for me. But then again, I guess it could be a problem for others if I'm not playing the game fast enough. Well, I guess it depends on the people. And however my time allows me, because, honestly, I guess it's obvious by now. I don't exactly have the best amount of time here. I'm not able to play this game so quickly. Okay, well, Sonic in the Darkness is already on the list, so I guess we can do that. Holy Ghost Band. I can use potions. I could use just my drops, I guess. Status wasn't bad. Legend of Dragoon, Xenogears, PS2 and 4, and the Lunar series. Xenogears has been mentioned as well in here. I just haven't played those either yet. I'm still kind of like an infant when it comes to these kind of things. Cool sounding stuff, but I haven't been, I've been unable to play those things. Is Sora considered holy? No, it isn't. Or is it considered holy because it gives me auto life? No. Fantasy Star 2 has acknowledged maps, dude. You had to draw them. Oh, old school mapping. Oh shit, dude. I know a game that actually allows that, but I never did it because I never felt like because it has the opportunity to like do proper mapping too, but damn. Actual old school mapping. Dude. I kind of feel like it would be fun to try. I have so many air renders, this could actually be dangerous. I could end up accidentally just opening up some loophole here. But I think we're fine for now. This isn't considered holy, is it? But also, let me like look at this as well. So, Devil's Pitchfork was the flames and metal prong that you had to twist and run a screw at the back of your TV. If it broke, which it was prone to do if you often switch out consoles, you had to either replace the whole console since it was hardwired or learn to weld. Oh my god. That's freaking stupid, dude. Wow. And not to mention, that must have been very unstable to use, the Devil's Pitchfork. Good god. Phantasy Star is overrated in your opinion. PS1 was better, although PS4 makes the previous games obsolete. Is it like it like completely rewrites the story, or is it like, are you just saying that the game was just that much more superior that other Phantasy Stars like don't even like compare to that shit? Also, I didn't know Phantasy Stars had this many games in them. I just knew about the 2 online games and that's it. I didn't know that their base game series was this big actually. The First-person one from Master System. I heard it holds up. 4 is godlike. If you want to play PS1, play the Sega Ages version on the PS2. Dude. Are we saying Phantasy Star 2 or Phantasy Star 1? Like, is this Phantasy Star 1 on PlayStation 2? Or are we like saying that the Phantasy Star 2 also includes the Phantasy Star 1 Sega Ages version? If you want to play PS1, play the Sega Ages version of the PS2. It has the FM Towns audio that keeps the English translation. Doesn't mean anything to me, but interesting. Plus other optional ULL features. Well, guys, I guess that's gonna be a topic that we'll have to uncover once if I ever actually get to Phantasy Star, because, well, like our K-Ray-Say here mentioned here, backlog does build up endlessly, and so has been the case for me too. I don't know, even with the games that I already have, I feel like I'm gonna take 10 years to beat these, unless I somehow become a full-time streamer, which I don't think I ever will, so... it's gonna be a bit hard to make time for that. Phantasy Star loves name puns. Just look at Phantasy Star Portable or the PlayStation Portable, or PSP on the PSP for short. Those fucking assholes, man. Those actual assholes. They do that on purpose. Do they do that on purpose? This ain't even like, you know, Ratchet and Clank kind of funny anymore. This is low-key just, you know, torture. They knew that gamers love their little, you know, acronym, so they decided that how about we make it identical acronym? Is Sega really that quirky? I didn't know that Sega was that quirky outside Sonic's, to be honest. I guess it could also be valid marketing, because whenever somebody looked up PS2, they would also find out about Phantasy Star games. So it could be like multitude as to what the purpose is, but still fascinating. I think I'll leave Palanza as is. It's fine. What are the chances for me beating up Roland from the front? Probably not high. I guess I'll do it. I don't like the idea of having this guy around. I mean, it's a Sonic team who made Phantasy Star games. Of course, that makes a lot more sense then, because... Oh shit, Palanza, please don't fight. Please don't do a normal fight. Please use some special ability. Oh fuck. He's gonna get a card because of the goddamn Berserk. It wasn't up to me, guys. It wasn't up to me. Berserk can be so nasty with these laws, man. Shit. Thank you, Karyu. That was such an undeserved yellow card, but I guess I'll have to take it for now. I mean, I did, but wouldn't most melee characters, like, use melee anyway? I should have, like, I should have just used a specific ability, to be honest. A class-specific one that Palanza would not have. So it would, like, eliminate the risk of using the same attack. But I do want to use a normal attack here, though. For now, it's okay. Palanza just had the turn after all. Here, I guess I'll use First Aid. Guess that's my only choice at this point. And also, PC Engine was the step between Genesis and NES, you have recently realized. In Phantasy Star Online, you can get Sonic Tails as a companion mag. You can also get a Genesis or Dreamcast floating behind you, which is peak. Real good nostalgia, I suppose. And Castlevania Rondo is such a good CD title. Never played Castlevanias, but I've heard so much good stuff about them. Like, I know they're apparently pretty good platformers, but never played them myself, because, well, didn't really grow up with those games. Round of Blood, best classic Castlevania. The anime High Score Girl on Netflix gives PC Engine so much love. To be honest, I've never seen that anime yet. Is it like really truly like Netflix exclusive? Not that it matters anyway, because I'm not exactly looking through proper outlets, because I hate how they monetize that shit, but you know. I watch anime, but I haven't actually been watching much of the new stuff lately. I've been a little bit caught up with other things instead. Can I do this? I didn't do air render, so it should be fine in any case. But so, I guess the high score girl is supposedly like some gamer type concept, so that's why it might be like going through those topics a lot. I don't know. It's an older Netflix exclusive, but it's a cute representation of late 80s, early 90s gaming with actual tech and gameplay footage. Oh, interesting. Okay, okay. And, PC Engine was just like a decade ahead, already had CD games with professional... Feel fine, good. Professional voice acting and orchestral soundtracks in the 80s. Oh, really? It was that far ahead? Like, even like DOS games? Or like, is PC Engine not like... is not PC Engine not related to like computers? Like something else? Step between Genesis and NES. It's an actual console despite the name. Okay, got it. So it was like a console between Genesis and NES. And even then it was like fairly ahead of things. Was it the first time I hear about PC Engine though? Is it like, you know, that underground as a console though? Why have I not heard people talk about PC Engine as much before? Have I just been unfortunate that nobody ever did, or I never realized that it was an actual console we were talking about? And how old are we talking, like, on Netflix exclusive, like... Let me actually check right now. When was High Score Girl released? Because I know, like, some other gamer animes, but the other gamer animes that I've seen so far are actually pretty damn lame. Like, for example, I think just Straight Rock Gamers. It wasn't even that good. It was mainly just a actual, like, romance story, rather than actually being about gaming. PC Engine never caught in the West. Oh, god damn it, people. Why do you have to be like this? That's unfortunate. High Score Girl. 2018. It's not that old, but it is on the older side for sure. It is on my plan to watch list, which is like, basically like on the list of the over 1,000 animes that I described because of the ratings for later watching, but I guess I could put it on a hot seat list. That sounds pretty good, and it's pretty short anime too. Are there any proper sequels? Then there's an OVA. Oh, there's a sequel. High Score Girl 2. Cool. Okay. There's 2 seasons to it, and that's about 20 episodes. Okay, okay. Damn shame, though, that the PC Engine never caught up. So I guess it was like a Japan-only thing at this point. Was there any explanation to it as to why it never caught up on West? Is it because, like, West was already happy with what they had, and the price point on PC Engine was too high, or something like that? And were there, like, some other, like, unique titles only to the PC Engine that were released that didn't ever have, like, another console to compare? So, like, there were, like, some games that were just basically never released in West because of that. 8-bit processor with 16-bit graphics. And just, like, put the comparison here, how were the other consoles at the time like? Like, Genesis and NES? Were they just purely 8-bit? Or were they even worse than that? Oh, Hat for a Girl. There we go. I got this one. I have the white thread and magic cloth. Let's do this. I'll send... Shara? Shara's good. It had a lot of unique titles, it just never really had any marketing. So you could say that PC Engine kind of fucked itself over. It was the halfway mark between 8-bit and 16-bit, so people just wanted full 16-bit. Plus, it only had 2 buttons like NES. It was a lot cheaper to make and make titles for good arcade ports. Ah, so did the games eventually end up in arcades instead? And why is, like, having 2 buttons a bad thing? Are people just so obsessed about having 4 buttons to mash? I gotta think having less buttons makes games worse. Depends on the game, of course. The company that owned them was Hudson Soft, Bomberman, and Bonk series. Lots and lots of shmup classics. Blazing lasers is big shmup. What does actually shmup really mean as a term? I'm not really sure. I've heard the term before, but I never really like took it seriously, like per se, what it actually means. So, could be a good time for me to learn that. Ah, shoot 'em ups. Ah, yeah. Very short way to say shoot 'em ups. Okay. Yeah, Interesting. So I guess you could say that PC Engine ended up being like the foundation for the arcade culture, in a way. Like, of course, it didn't like blow up as much, but many of the games that were made for arcade like was also like, you know, released for the PC Engine. I guess in a way, if it was like Japanese only, then Japanese people picked up the arcade culture, and then like the West liked the arcade culture. Okay. Arcade used to have better graphics. PC Engine had near arcade perfect ports half a decade before the Sega Saturn became a thing, and Sega Saturn did it better, I suppose. I'll take it. Or they just stopped using PC Engine because the Sega Saturn became a very direct competitor, I suppose. Fascinating. This is... yeah. You guys both know a lot about the retro stuff, but I guess I can understand that. I just feel bad for being very, like, you know, not on the know myself, because, you know, being the so-called retro enjoyer, and then I don't know anything about these things, but I guess it comes with the territory that, you know, if you grow up late and you didn't, like, leave the history, then you guess you just don't end up, like, coming across the history that easily. PC Engine fans love talking about the PC Engine. Well, I guess you guys are the first ones to mention the PC Engine, so... yeah, I guess that's gonna be like... I guess it's gonna be a thing now. Now I know I have PC Engine fans in here. Sega Saturn was almost the same internal components as Capcom's CPS-1 system, which I don't know much about myself either. Like, I guess it's also arcade compatible, the CPS-1. Very easy to port high-quality 2D titles, and you're a collector and a dad. I mean, I did figure from the way you were, K-Ray, like, the amount of information you have about all these very, very, like, niche things, as well as the fact that you were, like, cooking something for your family, I had an idea that you had this kind of, like, you know, very, like, you know, you kind of like the retro dad, had the feeling. Don't get me started on Sega CD. Dude, I will not get you started on that. But I'm just saying that I have no information about this, so I'll take whatever I can. I'll try to remember all I can, but honestly, I have no, like... I barely have any, like, base knowledge about this kind of stuff. I'm called to live under the space rock for a reason. Your family owned an arcade company growing up. You remember lines out of the arcade for MK and SF2. Dude, that's nuts! You actually owned a arcade company like your family did? It still exists. Really? Is it still doing the same thing, or is it like something that has changed its gears ever since? South Texas vending. Wow. We do ATMs now. Good point. I guess kind of similar technology in the end. Not maybe per se one-to-one, but still big-ass cabinets with, you know, basic functionalities, so yeah. Arcades are dead, I figured that much, but I was wondering if they like still had like this, they were still like upholding some weird, bizarre insider knowledge arcade cabinet area. They still maintain it with their extra funding that they get from their other company procedures. It's coin-operated business, which is what is legally called. We do vending machines and pool tables too. Wow. Are you like an actual big business then? Because that sounds that actually sounds pretty large scale. Used to be. I see. Did competitors take over? Home consoles did. You mean like... Since we were just talking about beyond the arcade scope, or are we talking about like also like there being ability to also like do this stuff, you know, all that money management and such, even outside like, you know, ATMs and stuff. That also came in the way of that business. But then again, vending machines and stuff still are there. But yeah, I guess the real idea is that I guess you still had those arcades still laying around, but those are no longer needed because home consoles can do that nowadays. And even for like things like having like some more interactive games that need like some certain like hardware, they can also be done with like these portable motion sensors and stuff. Then again, I do think that there are some certain arcade titles I would love to really play, like, you know, in the original environments. And that would be for stuff like DDR, Dance Dance Revolution. Because even though you could, like, I guess, technically probably download some DDR somewhere on, like, you know, for PC or something like that, emulate it, the problem is you'll never get that same, like, dancing area to that. They're, like, the same stepping area as well as, like, the, you know, the handlebars. Like, you would really need the whole thing for that to get the authentic experience. Kind of like Sun Voltex, but, you know, Sun Voltex at least is doable because you just have to get yourself a few knobs and that's it. And then there is, like, a very good, like, you know, unofficial, like, non-MTX type that you can play on the internet instead. Bro, DDR is the shit. You have a broken leg right now, and man, you love that game. DDR Max to Extreme. Fun little known fact, Kyray. I actually do love playing Osu a lot. I have had an Osu account for over 10 years, and if you don't know yet, that's like the rhythm game for PC. Like, I play, I've actually played all modes, more or less. I played Standard quite a bit. I actually like main Taiko, the original drumming game. I would love to play Taiko on an actual arcade console at some point too. It would be crazy. And then also, yeah, I also played a little bit of Mania, which is also like a very universal thing you can see in a lot of rhythm games and so on. But those are like that's like the game I've mostly been playing for rhythm games, and I've been actually quite excited and interested in like playing stuff like that too, because I used to play Step Mania as I was a kid, and my cousin actually had a dance mat for that. But of course it was just a dance mat, so they could not really like have a proper like handlebar stuff for that. But as a thought process, like as a thought, it would be really cool to have that. But yeah, not exactly viable, sadly. So it would be nice to like really like have a proper like turf for that, being able to like properly play one of those kind of games, because you would really need to like, if you want to like really let it all go out, you would need all those handlebars and like the proper dancing spots. My favorite songs are DJ Taka, Abyss, and Mr. Tixino and Dropout. Since I never played DDR, I can't say what my favorite songs are, but, you know, I remember, like, when I played Step Mania still, I used to be super excited about EKK for some reason. Like, even my sister nowadays still, like, makes fun of that in a way. Not in a way that she's, like, you know, making fun of me, but, you know, we still talk about how I was so excited about EKK every single time we play that shit. Metal pads are the only way to play DDR, the sleep pads get you hurt. Exactly. And I mean, if you're really serious, like, if you have to talk about, like, the speed you want to dance at, if you were to do these basic, like, dance mats, you could, like, only go, like, up to mid-tier dancing levels, because at some point, you will need the support. Your legs will go so fast, you will not be holding at the ground at some point. So you need that dancing, you need those handlebars to do that. Like, I've seen the videos of that, like, the people that dance with this game sometimes. It's crazy. I actually remember, like, this video of some guy dancing Beethoven Virus on Pump It Up. And you can, like, even see from his movement sets that, like, you know, how much movement there is involved. Like, you cannot freaking dance at a dance mat anymore, because there is not enough leg space there anymore. When you were 12, you lost a DDR contest to doing front flips while playing against me. Then he did double on X8 by himself. Wow, that guy was literally on a whole another level. Holy shit. That guy was playing, dude. That guy was playing. Insane. But we don't really see that kind of stuff anymore nowadays, sadly. Like, all this kind of, like, you know, dancing games are just kind of out of, you know... I guess they're not really, like, being put out anymore anywhere, because there's no arcade culture. But I would love that so much. Like, I would die for that someday. I've been thinking, like, one day I just want to find some very underground arcade place that has DDR and Taiko machines. Maybe somewhere in Helsinki, which is, like, the Finnish capital. And I could just, like, go there and display those games at least once in my life and then call myself satisfied. Would be nice to own a whole DDR console, at least somewhere nearby, so I could, like, go there, like, once a week to just, like, dish out my legs, destroy them completely, but not really a possibility. Says the guy who just played Just Not just yesterday, but it's not the same! It's not the same, bro. I want the actual arrows on the screen kind of gameplay a little bit too. Without just using my actual, like, arrow keys. I want to actually, like, have my legs to be the arrow keys. Those are the kind of game that I have been looking at for so many years. And yeah, me never having the dance pad was just, you know, something that, yeah, makes me sad. Play more Dragon Kisser with the dance pad then. No, even that game is not hardcore enough for that. Besides, honestly, in my opinion about the bard section of that game, it needs to go faster pace. Like, the notes are sliding so slowly, it's hard to, like, pick up the pace and rhythm. I want it to be, like, at least 5 times the speed, and I could actually just, like, you know, follow, like, the speed they're going at. Because right now it felt, like, too slow, the approach rate. You know, a couple arcades in Texas like that, they have good funny game machines too. You love a good tourney scene, that's where the arcade scenes are at. Maximilian Dude Life. Man, now that's one of those things where I feel bad about actually, like, you know, not being in America right now. Because although I have no reason to really want to be in America, to be fair. Reasons may vary, but honestly, if there's one thing I'm missing is the fact that Finland is such a vague place. There's almost nothing in here, because Finland is such a small country. There's no reason to hold any business on any sort of, like, retro stuff, really. Yeah. So I'm saying, if there's one thing I regret about it, it's the fact that I kind of, like, do shit like that. We don't have that shit over here. Techniques. I have a ban for that. We can work with that. So I would love it. I would love to have, like, those arcade mashups and really like being in part of, like, some actually proper arcade culture. Because the only arcade culture I really have are the people here. And, you know, even though I appreciate that, it's still something that I could take to a deeper level if I had the opportunity to. The good few that makes that best of our time. Yeah. I guess, in a way, you could say that I could live with it regardless. Like, even if I never get to play in a proper arcade, it could be fine. But if I at least got to play in a proper arcade once, at least got to play a Taiko machine, got to play DDR, maybe some other DDR-like game, like Pump It Up, I would say I would be pretty damn happy with that. My life would be complete in that very moment. But yeah, I guess that's, it's kind of weird, like, in the end, because I'm only 24 myself. Like, hearing somebody like me say that is quite interesting, honestly, I can imagine. But it's just reality. I think that most of the best games out there are genuinely, like, made on retro. Like, the retro games were made with so much more passion and love and actual interest in making a game that is fun to play rather than being a good profit. I'm missing that kind of element a lot, and that's why I'm very excited about the idea of, like, ever playing in an arcade, because I feel like arcades have done things so much better, or like the retro culture games. Yeah, there are diagonal arrows too, I know that. More dancing, I guess. I just want one of those games. Just one of those dancing games. It might take me a while to get used to it, but I at least want the experience. Because I could play Beat Saber too, eventually if I get myself VR glasses, but I think that would only be like a starting point at that point. It's not the real experience yet unless you get to actually, like, dance with the notes. Your little brother is healthier age at 19, so you're constantly exposing him to shit that makes him wonder, but why not now? I'm so happy you're doing that for your brother, because, my god, your brother is, like, waking up to the reality that is, you know, sad parts of, like, modern gaming. Like, we actually have this thing, we are such a specialized culture in this channel that, you know, the average games that you, like, see nowadays, like Hogwarts Legacy, like, we are low-key on the level where everybody calls it modern slop. Nobody even calls it a good game. Everybody just calls it modern slop. It's like, it's not even at this point about, like, you know, me just having their opinion, but a lot of people here just agree, like, that games used to be so much better. And there were, like, so many different things about games that made them much more, you know, meaningful and a better experience. Now it's just, like, so normalized, you know? Something that, you know, there was a specific format that you had to follow, a specific game style that you had to make. And at the time, people were experimental, and they were, like, really, like, trying out their maximum to, like, just make a game that they would enjoy. You don't really see that nowadays anymore. Like, everything around that nowadays is just basically just fluff. Like, oftentimes it's just content that doesn't really matter. It's about, you know, getting like feelings with some very cheap cinematics and stuff, but in the end, the gameplay itself is just not there. People get stuck in comfort gaming. It's why you have thousands of hours on Monster Hunter, Destiny COD, etc. You know, I never could understand, you know, comfort gaming. Ever since I was a kid, I always played games that had some insane pay-to-win specs, games that had intense grinding, games that had challenges in them. I was never really a guy that got into comfort gaming. In fact, by the time I was 15, anything that had anything to do with like just being a casual experience would just like make me just like puke at this point. Like, I can't play COD or Destiny or anything like that. Why? Because the games feel too simple to me. It's too repetitive. It's too lacking of content. I want the brain itches, you know? I'm all about the brain itches. If I don't have those, the game is not a game for me. It's just, you know, a pastime. And of course, games are a pastime, but you know what I mean. It's like, it's just a way to kill time. It's no longer a game. It's no longer something that puts me on a stick. Like, puts stakes at me. I want the challenges with it. And if I don't have them, it's not the same. So, you know, I couldn't play those. I never liked shooters. One of the exceptions of shooters I've liked is Borderlands, like the first 2 games that I played. But only because, you know, only like to the point where the story was there. I feel like, you know, at some point in Borderlands kind of like suffers from this, like, you know, mindless loot grind kind of experience. But as soon as it loses its mind and purpose, and it just becomes like, just like oranges just flying around all around, then it kind of like doesn't have the same energy anymore. It's fear. The repetition is a respite from the ever-changing times. I agree. You're stronger for thinking the way you do. I mean, I'm not to say that there's anything wrong with thinking like that, or like not enjoying those more casual games, but you know, I don't want people to forget either. I don't want people to forget the value of like games that actually keep your brains on the game. I feel like too little games do that nowadays because it's just more profitable to make games that don't make you think twice. And it's not something I want. I want something so freaking neurodivergent that makes me, you know, regret making that one single thing 20 hours ago, making me want to go back, replay the whole thing, and think how I'm gonna do it better next time. I want to have the challenges. I want to have my mistakes. I don't live for the idea that I might lose content because I don't play this game hard enough. I want to be challenged to go and do that. If I don't, I just don't get to do it, and that's fine. I'm not gonna be like, you know, I'm at FOMO. I just want to have the, you know, the involved experience. Okay, Mr. FFX2 guy. Hey, I didn't spend 200 hours on that for nothing, bro. It was worth it. I got my ending. What can I say? You think gaming as an experience grows character? New stories, new mechanics make you malleable? Exactly. But that's only okay if you talk about the old gaming, because most modern titles don't have that. Most modern titles just like follow the same thing that the other game did, but they don't even know why the game succeeded. Like for example, when people make open world games and survival games and stuff, but then most people that want to like follow the footsteps and get the same profits, they don't really understand why the game survived or succeeded. They just look at the titles, they just look at the categories, like it's a survival game, okay, let's make a survival game. They don't think about what intricacies made the game succeed. And I hate that. I want to really have that, you know, with games most times. I just want to have the feeling of like being involved with it. And I think most gaming cases don't really do that anymore. They really just want you to be pulled on by the cinematic value of it. And once you're playing, once you already pay for it, then the game is already bought. So it doesn't matter what the rest of the game is gonna be like. So yeah, it's just, I don't know. If it's not that, it's not a game for me. And I'm not to say that there's anything wrong with anybody else thinking that they prefer it that way. If somebody else likes the more casual stuff, that's okay. But don't forget about the nerdy stuff. I kind of want it. And that's why I play retro titles nowadays. There's some indie titles modern that really give me hope. Games like Balatro and Expedition 33. I know both. I never played Balatro because, well, it never came a case for me. I do hear it's pretty good roguelite though. And on the case of Expedition 33, it's also my wish list, but I haven't had a chance to play it yet because that game, unfortunately, is expensive for a student like me, so I couldn't pay for it. So I have had it like on my wishlist for the past year or so now, but I haven't touched it yet. And the thing is that I don't really see myself getting it anytime soon anyway, because I have so much backlog. Oh, welcome back, Nacho. How was your call with your GF? Good times? But yeah, like, I feel you there. Balatro, I feel like, has earned a reputation from what I've heard. And Expedition 33 has been phenomenal from what everyone's saying. You know, it's kind of like cool in a way to see that, like, it's not just me with those thoughts. Like, there are other people too that see these games that they're like, this game is the best shit ever, we would need more of this stuff. And I want more companies to see that. I want more companies to realize that there is still room for gaming that has more involvement. Like, sure, maybe you're not gonna get every single, like, you know, average dude to get to play it, but it doesn't have to. You make a game that fits the person. And, you know, there's no other game that fits a person like, you know, making a game that is actually specialized for a specific gameplay. If you're gonna just make all this, like, you know, generalistic slop, then you're not gonna get much players after that. There's not gonna be many sticking around anymore. It's basically Dark Souls Paper Mario with a good story. Made me grin the whole way through. Okay, so I guess that's, what Expedition 33 is for you. I played a little bit of Paper Mario, I have played Dark Souls a little bit. Dark Souls 3, I finished that game once. Not properly though. And yeah, that's good to hear. And of course I understand it's kind of JRPG because it has multiple characters involved. So it could be like an interesting game to get to at some point. But again, I'll have to look into when life allows me to do that. There's a rabbit tail. Like, if I ever get myself the funding for that, if I ever get myself an opportunity to play it, I would love to check it out at one point. But the best part about it is the fact that even if it's gonna be in 1 year, in 5 years, or 10 years, as long as the game is still out there for sale, it doesn't matter when I start it, it's still gonna be the same experience. Like, I don't have to worry about the game, like, getting, just, like, you know, dying on its own, or, like, you know, the game just, you know, updating itself, or the game changing entirely in the 10 years. Like, that's my main problem right now. Nowadays, like most games nowadays, is like all these like license-based games and all these other games that are built on like we sell this on early access or alpha, and we're gonna keep building on that as it goes. Like, and there's gonna be all these like temporary events and all these other like, you know, campaigns and stuff. Like, I don't have to fear that the game is gonna run away from me. It's just gonna be just as is the whole time. And that's the fascination I have for like the original games. Like, it respects your time. Most games nowadays don't. You're not a big Souls fan, you really prefer BB? Not sure what you mean by BB. FF Stranger of Origin and Lies of P to DS. Stranger of Origin is also something I'm supposed to play at some point. It's also like towards the end of my Final Fantasy franchise. It's kind of somewhere off the... It's kind of like before 15, I think. Bloodborne. Ah, yeah, Bloodborne, of course. Sorry. I have not heard Bloodborne in a while, so... forgot about that. To be honest, I never really played any other Souls-like title other than Dark Souls 3. I have intentions to do that, though. I actually have Dark Souls on my playlist for my community streams that I have tomorrow. So every single Tuesday I play a game that has been suggested by the community, and if the vote goes through, we'll play that game. And so we have a pretty big backlog of those games already that people want me to play. And Dark Souls, all the 3 games are actually something on the list, but it might take still take me quite a while of time before I actually get to that point, but I'm looking forward to it. Eventually, if I get to that, it would be pretty cool. I guess I'll send Eldina, right? You're still working on Turbo MP. Yeah. So yeah, basic catching up we have done during the day. She might visit home tomorrow. We have some cherries to pick at summer house. Sounds good. And Paper Mario is a superb game, so love them. To be honest, I actually did get to playing Paper Mario on emulator not too long ago, but I did leave it behind for a bit. I guess I was not in the best mentality to be playing that game because I was a bit busy with other things. But it did seem a pretty cool game, and I do like the idea that it has, like, you know, it's kind of like very simple game, but at the same time there's so much depth to it in a way. Like, you have like things you have to go back to, there are some skills you learn eventually, party members. Like, I would say it's a pretty like well-made, like simple but effective kind of game. I like it for what it is. Zero Eyes. Why would I need more Zero Eyes? I'll also skip on the... Wouldn't this be just a trophy? I guess so. I guess I'll send in Reds for that. Why not? Just to make more space. New fields. Giselle Green's Prom Meet was the fight trophy, yep. Water City was for Water Sigil, yeah. Well, I'm gonna get my second Zodiac Ore soon so we can make our Cruciate alloy. And we can make our first choice with that. I'm looking forward to that. But yeah, I guess the whole idea though is that the games are definitely like, there are very different titles in the gaming that are actually really good and something worthwhile, but they're so far and few nowadays. Like, you used to like hear about a game being phenomenal and they would talk about it for years at the time, like many decades ago. But nowadays it's kind of like people who keep making games and, you know, the game is gonna stay relevant for 2 to 3 months and after that people forget about it, they move on to the next thing. I kind of want there to be like also like more impactful titles and not just all these like titles that just intend to just like fit a market and just try to get themselves sold quickly. I really wish for more games that have much more thought put into them, just like, you know, just like all these Souls games and all the Final Fantasies and so on. Like, there's so many good games out there, but yeah, it's not really something that's very reflected nowadays. Most companies are just more viable, better off just not thinking further into the games because it costs them. People are willing to pay for slop as long as it like looks good on the paper already. And that's the sad part. Like, you know, I guess it's been discussed often here, but the biggest problem right now is that gaming has turned so much into a business specifically, not just a, you know, a thing where people make games for fun. So, since it became a business, there's more hands into them that are not as passionate about gaming, and it really, like, hurts me in a way. Last game you can think of that epic was Monster Hunter World or Elden, I guess, but Elden is overrated for you. World is spreading. Coral Highlands is art. It's Coral Highlands in Elden Ring, because Elden Ring is actually my next game that I'm supposed to play on my Community Tuesdays. That's after I'm done with Hogwarts Legacy. Which I'm playing through very meticulously because I'm not the guy that gives up on games. And the second thing, I feel like the story at least is worth it, but the gameplay is just not there. It's an area in Monster Hunter World. It's about Crown Coral Reef. Oh, wow. To be honest, I have Monster Hunter World too, but I didn't ever play that game all that much. Like, I have played, I guess, 50-ish hours on it, but my friend who was supposed to play it with me wasn't all that into it, and when we tried to get the multiplayer stuff going on, the moment he found out that it wasn't just that simple click and play, he just gave up on it, and even though I was trying to look into it, he just lost his motivation with it, and it was very sad. I was willing to test it out, but he wasn't. So, yeah. I never finished the Monster Hunter World. It would have been so cool though, because I did like, Dauntless to some extent. Dauntless was that free Monster Hunter-like game. So it would be cool to look into, but, well, I never had anybody to play it with anymore, and it was kind of sad. Wait, where was Shadow Clan again? For a girl, 30 days. For a flower, 1 more battle. Dig, 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 1 more battle. 1 more tail, 1 more days. Sultan Zero, 1 more battle. Let me actually just finish this mission. Because I want to get my Zodiac Ore ASAP. I want to get the Conundrum done. No, no. No, no. Don't go there, buddy. I'm just going to complete this. I'm not going to fight you. Rise is fun and so is Wilds, but you're a fan since World is so... You're a fan since World, so you can speak without bias. At least I appreciate the fact that you can say that you might be biased, K. But then again, I would say, Kate, that if you're so retro-specific and you like retro games a lot, I would say that there's credit for its due. Like, you're the kind of guy that doesn't just, I guess, play a game and just be like, well, I'm happy with this, so I could just, like, fan these guys forever. I guess you could, like, I could say in a way that I feel like you're still pretty critical about things. If the games try to suddenly get super bad at some point for some reason, you would still, like, you know, catch up on that. And maybe, like, consider, like, is this game still worth it for you? Because, I mean, for me personally, like, I have the kind of feeling that even though I can like a game, it's not often that I get, like, obsessively, you know, excited about the company of, a, like, company that makes games. Like, I dropped WoW after so many years, despite me having such a strong foundation with it, because I did see the game getting worse and worse. It was a long journey before I actually did drop it, but I did drop it eventually because the game got worse. So, in my case too, I would say personally that I am a guy that is prepared to drop something if it actually like lost its value over time. It may have been good at first, but if it loses value, then, well, it's not the same thing anymore. I want you to get too complacent. And I feel like you would at least do the same. Yeah. Exactly. That's the thing, like, I am not brand specific. Like, I got Sennheiser headphones, I got a Asus keyboard, I got Razer mouse and mousepad, I got a Elgato face cam, and so on. I don't exactly have brand loyalty, and this is Shuri. So, you know, I'm looking for specs. I'm not looking for a company. And I don't want to just, like, go for a company because I, like, feel like I don't want to think about it. I want to always think about my bigger, like, you know, my bigger investments carefully. And what I actually want. I'm very, let's say, I'm very conscious of what I need and what I want. I'm never, like, going by, oh, you need this. Oh, I do need this. I'm always, like, the guy that, like, I need this, so I want it from you. And if you don't have it, I'll look it from elsewhere. Period. That's how I work. Wait, did that not count as a battle? I thought that counted as a battle. Hold on. Oh, and also we're having one place contested. I need to get that back. Knobswood. Shit. Okay. But yeah, it's important. And if you can say that, then at least it means that I would also trust the word that if you say that the Monster Worlds or Monster Hunter games so far have been good, then I can really trust the word that you really mean it. It's not just that Monster Hunters are good because they're Monster Hunters. You're saying that Monster Hunters are good because of X. It's different. And it's like a lot more credible than whatever others can say. And the fact that you can say still that you might be biased is, you know, more credibility than I would ever need. So I appreciate that. Anyway, I guess I'm gonna have to go get this battle. And I guess I'll kill... Actually, no, let's go for Knobswood. Let's go for Knobswood. Knobswood, get the mission done, defeat the enemies. We're gonna get our battles done. We're gonna get our next capture thing done. And then we are able to move on to our next thing. So, yeah. We can get ourselves the next area captured. And hopefully unlock a next mission. That would actually matter. But yeah, the thing here is that... Definitely, like, I would say that, you know, actually looking for quality, even despite the fact that you have had, like, good experience with something before, is something that I value a lot. Because for me personally, I've never had a feeling that I could ever trust a brand, like, fully. Like, maybe it, of course, is the fact that some people want to, like, be taken away from the effort, but one thing I've learned about life is that if you ever stop being critical about things, people will take advantage of that. So I prefer being actually always conscious about the things that I do and the choices that I make. So even if it's, like, of course, a bother a lot of time, I feel a lot more, you know, happier with the idea that I feel conscious about why I'm making a decision. I'm not making a decision because company says so. I'm making a decision because I made cross-analysis between products and looked into customer opinions, or like what goes behind the technology, how this functions and why it's better. I want to get objective scientific results. I don't want to just get myself a simple answer, we have it, you want it. It's not enough for me. I'm not that easily, you know, swayed by something like that. So that's ultimately the reason why I do these kind of things, because for me it's satisfactory that way, and because it, you know, I don't have the kind of money to be, you know, making mistakes. If I'm gonna get something, I want to be happy with it. I made mistakes too, of course, but the more I'm making them, you know, the more I'm making, like, mistakes based on, like, not knowing anything and just wanting to take the easy way out, well, of course you're gonna be just, like, disappointing yourself in the long term. You're basically asking to be scammed. So that's, yeah, that's basically, like, my own reasoning behind all that I do. And if somebody doesn't want to do it, sure, that's fine. Like, it's everyone's choice, but I've never been able to do that. I've never been able to be satisfied with just believing. Seeing is believing, or, you know, well, I said it, so you gotta believe it. No. I like being critical. Something about being on top of things is like juice for me. Used to be a big reads reviews, guys, but then a friend once pointed out, so those authors work you trace and absorb their opinions. You exist and experience the things you talk about. And unfortunately, that applies to the hive mind of the internet. I mean, I would say in this case too, like, I'm not that much about reviews as much as I'm about understanding the thing. I would say that for me in these cases, if I'm looking at reviews, I usually have an idea of like what I'm looking for and what I'm expecting. And usually if I'm like looking at a review, for example, the reason why I believe in a review is because they feel like they know what they're talking about. They don't just say that the game is good, they say that the game is kind of like falling short on a certain thing, and it's something that you can find approachable because you know how that genre works in general. This kind of like, even for like review bombing, it's even also coming down to the context of like understanding that why this review is relevant. Like, you understand what the reviewer is talking about. You don't just like think that, oh yeah, this guy knows all the technical terms, I should believe this shit. No. It's more on the level of actually understanding it for me. And of course, like, you know, there's a lot of like stuff that can be just lied about. There's, especially the botting nowadays, like there's a lot of fake information on the internet. And oh boy, do companies love to make bot reviews about things, give bot ratings and stuff. That's why I don't trust those things in the first place. I just like to be very perspectual. I like to at least make sure that I got as many reasons to believe that something works as possible. At least it's better than just going outright buying something because of a cinematic trailer. Yeah. Yeah. So you're kind of like the same as me. I wouldn't say I read every review, but I'm getting a general consensus of what others are saying in general. What like the bigger scheme is of things. Because a single opinion is a single opinion. I don't go with just a single review. But at the same time, if there are connecting factors between them, I feel like there's reason to believe that there is some truth behind this. Better than believing that the company says that this is the award-winning game of 2026. You guys know, this is the, you know, we claim that we are the best RPG of 2026. Reason? Source, trust me, bro. Nah, not for me, bro. No. But, of course, I also understand from what you said. Of course, if you still want to rephrase yourself. Like, of course, I could say that, of course, like, even if they say a lot of things about it, there are still things that, like, you may have to experience yourself to know. But, again, it's also based on the idea that I already have other, like, comparisons to work with. Like, I already know some other games of a certain genre, for example. I know other games that work like this. So it's coming down to, like, already having the know-how, you just don't know the specific case. So, working on reviews works as long as you know what the case is. Like, you cannot just buy a game because somebody said that this mechanic is cool. You need to understand the mechanic yourself. And it has to be explained pretty well if you don't know the mechanic. Like, it is a thought process too, in that case. Like, even if you were to read reviews, it's not like you're skipping out on legwork when it comes to, like, using your brains to jog the information. But it's much more convincing for me than anything else, like, you know, saying that something, like, is, like, a, you know, a bestseller or something like that. When it comes down to, like, most games that are, like, considered to be the most popular, nowadays, I don't even think about buying those oftentimes. There are very select gems that I get on modern times that I feel like are worth it. Even for games that, you know, I consider that I want to get it. Even for those, I would say that I'm not even certain if that's really all that better compared to the other titles of the similar type. But at least for those, I'm willing to take the plunge and see, like experience more things overall. Oh, the giant doors. Nice. So, Yeah, I would say that there is no perfect way to get yourself into a game, perfect way to get yourself, you know, initiated to a certain topic area without like your personal experience. But if you have to pay for it, like to even know it, then what's the point of having reviews in the first place? Like, of course, there could be some deviations, like maybe somebody agrees that, maybe somebody like doesn't agree with you on the same things, but again, that's where like when your own knowledge comes to play. Like, if somebody says that they don't like the grinding, but you know you like grinding, then don't pay attention to that. It's simple as that. Of course, there could be then like more specific things that you might have to pay attention to, but these are again cases where you have to just know yourself. Like I said, I've been living critical like to an end. And I would say that if I was to design a game myself, I would have a pretty good visual understanding of what are like concepts that I personally enjoyed, what concepts I would want to like glorify, what things I would like to see more in games. I would say that I would be able to, you know, apply features that I feel like I've seen from other games that I like and I think they would work together, and features that maybe nobody has ever come up with before, but like something that I feel like would work really well along with the other things. And I would be willing to like playtest that out, because for example, when it comes to power creeping, for example, power creeping isn't exactly made to be equal. Power creeping in games can be good, but at the same time in some games it's just too tedious. So like finding the right balance from the game feel, from really like feeling like the brain juices just going through. Like it's the kind of deal that for me it's a very sensual experience. Not like in a naughty way, but like you get the point, you get the point. Like, for me, it's not just the game, it's not just the visuals, it's not just the mechanic there, it's about the entirety. So, even from a review, and like maybe some gameplay stuff, I can get a lot out of it. And also, even then, like, I don't buy games on the first 2 weeks. Like, screw all the pre-purchases and all the, like, the release things. It's gonna be super buggy as fuck. And then people are gonna be very biased about the things, like, I bought this game and it's so broken. Like, that matters anyway, it just came out. What did you expect? Like, if I don't really get like a good foundation of a game, I rather, even for games that I feel like are gonna be good, I wanna get some validation from many sources. I'll even wait a month or two happily to find that out. So, yeah. Kotor stands is 7 enemies. That's doable and all. Good. Let's take that. So yeah, sorry for going on a loop with that, and sorry for like going on such a long spin talking about that, but I hope at least that kind of like opens up like my own reasoning behind this, and saying that I'm not like the kind of guy that, you know, does things out of virtue or because he should do it. I'm doing things because I feel like I need to do them. I'm the kind of guy that doesn't want to do things because you're being told that you should do it. I do things because I feel like, you know, there's a purpose behind it. Like, it's intrinsic. I am motivated to do it. I have a reason to believe that this is gonna work on it. I'm not the kind of guy that just take work for granted. Yeah, exactly. And I would say personally that I'm very proud of the fact that I'm able to work in a way that I'm able to be very critical and like actually thinking about my decisions. Because there's no better feeling for me personally than the idea that I am able to make my own decisions and being able to like be in control, even though I'm the kind of guy that happens to still be like on the, you know, the lower platform. I'm just a guy that's living on student grants and stuff. Like, I'm not earning anything. But I feel like I got a much better control on my life decisions than most others do. And that for me is like a lifeline, something that I live by. So I'm not willing to let go of that because of, you know, I'm not willing to let go of that just because, you know, I got desperate about something or because I really wanted something. If I'm gonna get something, I'm gonna get it right. And I'm gonna actually think about carefully what I'm investing on. I want every penny to be worth the pennies that I spent. Because for me, it's not just, you know, butter money. It's like an investment for me. Every single little thing. So I want it to count. My biggest mistake ever was the fact that I have bought so many games during summer sales when I was younger. And I have so many games in backlog right now, I've been waiting to play them for years. And I come to the realization that even though the game is like looking great and all, if I don't have time to play them, then the game could be as good as just never bought in the first place. So if I'm gonna get something, I at least want to have a feeling that I'm gonna come to play it at least once. I've had Hades in my wish. I had Hades on my playlist for like ever since the release, so like 5 years now, and I still haven't even touched it. And that's like one of the many dozens of games that I have on my Steam right now that I want to play at some point and finish. And the sad part is, I don't really have the time to finish all those games anytime soon. I don't feel like that's gonna happen, so I just have to kind of edge it in a way. Anyway, these missions are all undoable because I don't have... Actually, wait, this one, Rabbit Tail. I can do this one, Performer. Performer's gonna be for Tambarian. Yes. Yeah, I've heard about that. I know how Hades is. It's a pretty good action RPG from what I've heard. But it's really one of those things that I want to play it, but when do I get a good slot for it? And I really want to feel like I can play it with an ease of mind and not feeling like I don't have time to play this properly. I want to be able to dive deep into it. I don't want to have this feeling that I only got like 2 hours a week to play this shit. Which might be the case, but at least I would want to have some sort of a consistency behind it. There's even a game that I dropped at some point, not because I got bored of it, but because my time became very difficult, and then like all the time passed, then I felt like I was getting more detached with the game, I was getting interrupted from the flow, and now it's been a bit tough to get back to the game, and now I'm just like thinking like, do I just want to play the game again, even though the game is pretty tough. It's a game called Age of Decadence, and it's kind of like this story-driven game where you have a world, you make a character, you give it certain skill sets, a certain class to play with, you get like a different starting point. But depending on the skills you choose, you can kind of end up noticing certain things and being able to do certain things, but you won't be able to do everything on a single character. So if you want to like see the whole game, you kind of have to play with different specialties, different classes, different skill sets, and you're gonna have your weaknesses. But every single time you're gonna learn something new. And it's a kind of a game that I feel so sad that I never really fully finished. Like, I beat the game as a basic soldier type, like full combat mode. And then I was working on a thief, but then I ended it there. I never finished the thief. And now it's just been the kind of deal that I really wanted to like see the actual lore bits of the game as well. I never got the chance to. And it's hard because I know for myself right now that I'm not gonna have any clue what I was doing last time. And if I'm gonna do that, I'm not gonna remember how the game works. I'm not sure if I know how to play my character optimally anymore. I'm not sure what I wanted to build. It's, you know, I want to be able to invest my time on that. I want to really feel the game. So I need to have the spare moments available for that. Even though that time can be very limited because of my content creation stuff. Then again, I could consider making videos of this kind of stuff, but I'm not sure if anybody would care about some like game like that. The problem is, honestly, with content creation for me personally, is the fact that I'm such a minority with many things that if I was to make something that I like, it's never gonna be trendy, because the trendy stuff usually shit. Which is, I guess, you know, not a hot, is pretty much a hot take, but that's what I feel. So I feel a little bit limited by that kind of stuff, sadly. Oh wait, yeah, Jag is being taken. How much is it? How long do I have time to get Jagd back? That's 16 days. Okay. I hate fighting in the Jagd, but I guess I got no choice. We'll have to do this for now. Road and Volcano. Well, that's the 2 battles I needed, because I think I still need 8 kills for me to do my next capture mission. Right? Yeah, 7 enemies. Let's do that, see if I still got any captures left, get my next one, and I guess the next thing on the line is gonna be Shadow Clan. Hopefully. But I hope this hasn't been too interrupting on your breakfast making, Kay. Getting into like the deep end of the discussions here, but I hope it's been at least fascinating for you to talk about. And sure, if you got any like other opinions or questions you want to throw out there, then by all means feel free to. I think it's at least nice to hear that, like, well, I'm not saying that anybody like agrees with like me on these things one-to-one, but at least it's nice to see that there are people that at least do agree that, you know, there are some things that could be better out there, and there are like, you know, things that, you know, could be done better. Not at all. You're entertaining several people right now. You're ADHD. Amount of culture, I see. I'm ADHD too, so that probably helps. I guess that kind of helps with people like seeing eye to eye. But to be honest, even though ADHD is usually given a pretty bad taste, I personally feel like I'm not all that disappointed about being ADHD. I feel pretty at home with it. Actually, you know what? I think I'll drop Fubi for now and get myself at least a healer. Because in case I'm gonna die here with Shad, I don't want to lose a character permanently. So Willie, you had white magic on your right. And you got life and auto life, good. Your kids are 5 and 6 years old and they are currently asking for your help in Super Mario RPG. Actually playing Super Mario RPG in 2026 at the 5 or 6 years old? God damn, you're really like building up to the culture. And respect. They picked up reading fully and turn-based games this summer. It's a peak reading learning tool. It is. I mean, I played like RPGs when I was a kid and I played MMOs and that taught me to read pretty quickly. And ADHD can be alienating and overwhelming if not focused and positive. Yeah, exactly. I understand that completely too. Like ADHD, I would say you require the extra interest in some things. Like for example, I am very hard to get on things that I don't care about. Like I'm pretty like on the point with the idea that I have to do things that I care about for me to like actually pay attention to them. Otherwise, I'm just gonna like, you know, die out of lack of interest and just never get things done. But I would say that I got a pretty good discipline on that, and the fact that I'm also pretty positive overall. Like I have a pretty good, I guess, a pretty strong and good like view on life. I'm not exactly like, you know, pushed down by the doubts or on the uncertainties of the world. I'm kind of like living my every single life with every single step at a time, knowing that there are things that I don't have control over, and I might as well just not let them be in my way and just do things that I prefer to do. Because if I did that, then I wouldn't be making it any easier for me to like, you know, if I was always bothered by little things, I would never go anywhere. As a ludic, you're the same. If you're not having fun, you're not efficient. Exactly. So, it's also like one of those proofs of things, like, I wouldn't be able to stream all this time, or I wouldn't be able to make videos if I wasn't having fun. Of course, me not making videos properly for months is kind of like, you know, spoiled milk at this point, but it's not because I was not having fun, but because I had other things I had to do. So I had to, like, do it in a way that if I want to get proper to editing and making videos, I would have to have time for it. And that's what the whole foundation was about. I wanted to get a right time for it. Yeah, I'm having fun. Imagine that. No wonder how all the patients play all these games for hundreds of hours. And not even being, like, tired of it yet. What did you expect, buddy? But also, what do you mean by ludic? Actually, that's the first time I hear such a term. But yeah, I would say that ADHD is kind of like an antichrist in a way, but at the same time, I don't feel like ADHD has had such a bad effect on me. For some things, I would say that, of course, it is a little bit problematic. I have been suggested like grabbing some ADHD medication. I've never tried it before. I could try it and see how it goes. But honestly, living 24 years without medication for ADHD, I cannot say that I feel like I've been missing out. I feel like the fast-paced way of thinking for me has been also the thing that's like kept me going the way I have, and like really kept my brains on the hard wire. Do your kids also have ADHD? Or is it just you? Maybe your wife also has ADHD. And that like contributes to like why you guys are together. Too young to tell. Fair. I think it has been stated at some point, at least from what I've heard, that they no longer give like diagnosis for children, whether they're ADHD or not, at like such a young age, because they're still developing, and proper diagnoses are gonna happen like in a certain level of adolescence. Not sure. Your wife is quiet and slow, and you're the loud one. Dude, I would so coin the idea of me being the loud one. If my wife ain't gonna be loud with me, then I'm gonna be the loud one. I know that I am loud. And I'm the guy that's gonna be very enthusiastic about just about everything. Even if something is gonna be a drag, I at least wanna always think of it like in a way that at least I'm gonna get the most fun out of this. even if it wasn't fun, then I'll at least get whatever I can get out of it, because then it's not gonna be worth the experience. So I might as well just, you know, accentuate myself to the experience and just live with it. So, yeah, I'm the loud, overly positive, overly energetic. I'm that kind of guy. Overly productive, sometimes counterproductive, but still productive overall, and all that kind of stuff. And if somebody doesn't like it, well, that's your problem. I'm not gonna ever date with anybody that doesn't accept me the way I am. I'm not that desperate for a company. For the Horde. Oh my god. We're gonna have a Horde player in here. I'm a torrent made myself, K-Ray. Haven't played Blizzard servers in years now, but I do love WoW still. At least the older versions. The later versions of the game kind of got bad for me. I think ever since BFA, it has become a pretty bad game for me. Troll Chamois. Wow. Do you still play actively, or is it just like something of a echoing past? Ah, I see. So you were like originally like a PC player, I suppose. Vanilla PC player. Finish storing the capital, scanning your weapon skills, and grabbing the RFC quests. Enough walking, time to go have fun in Barons proper. Wait, you're not gonna go in, RFC yet? Filthy casual. Oh, so you only played it for a year? I suppose? You're only level 12. Still? Wow. You've really just been walking, I suppose. Although, I gotta be honest, Migo, I'm surprised that that actually took you 2 hours? Something like that? I'm pretty systematic about the system by now, that I think I could get all the RFC quests and the whole Orgrimmar Undercity run in like an hour. Have you been like doing other things in the background as well? Getting, you know, dragged along to other things? And yeah, I've done the run a few times, so I'm pretty, let's say, jaded into how that works. Like, I have such a deep connection with, like, vanilla, especially, that I get into things, like, I will remember, like, you know, certain specific quest lines when we start looking into it. Like, yeah, I know I need those 2 quests from that one guy over there, I think it was in the Spirit Rise, or actually, no, Elder Rise, at Thunderbluff. I gotta make the run over to Barons, and then from Orgrimmar. In Orgrimmar, there's a quest for me to do the, there's a quest to do Hidden Alliances. You gotta first go get yourself the Lieutenant's badge, and then you're gonna have to bring it back to Thrall. You're gonna have to go to King of Fireblade. You go to King of Fireblade with that. And while you're at it, like when you're actually doing that whole Lieutenant's badge thing, you're gonna go and kill this one random enemy called Gazar or something like that. They're gonna give you like this searing emblem or something like that. You're gonna also like return that to like near Fireblade. And then you're gonna go there, you're gonna get another quest from that, and then you're gonna go to UC to get yourself another mission from the, I think from Barry Mothras, and then you're gonna have the 5 RFC quests. Makes sense, makes sense. Yes. Thunderbluff is cool, but you're a big fan of Undercity. To be honest, I wasn't really much of an Undercity guy ever. It was all too gloomy for me always when I was a kid. And honestly, as a fishing spot, it fucking sucks. Small little problems. And to be honest, despite the fact that Undercity is like very systematic and organized, it's also like very hard to navigate. It's like so much scrolling around like a snake. I prefer Thunderbluff and Orgrimmar in a way that it's like kind of an endless loop. But like, you know, Undercity, like, I honestly prefer, if I had to prefer, like, you know, some city, it's gotta be Ironforge. Ironforge is, like, for me, personally, like, a better Undercity, in a way. There's so many, like, cutting truth points, and it's a whole big circle. Everything is pretty organized there, too. Yeah. Your clan was based out of UC, and you had an Undead Arms War. PvP was fun back in the day. We had a Blood Elf Valley on the squad. And that's why we liked it. It felt like you could get lost and robbed in UC. Fair enough, fair enough. It's kind of like a pretty good rogue location, honestly. Shadraff Master Race. To be honest, I never really spent much time in Shadraff because I never played on BC on content. I only was there for like these legacy missions, basically. And for the Shadraff, whatever the hell the whole complex of the dungeons was called, like Sethek Halls, Shadraff Halls, not Shadraff Halls, the Sethek Halls and the other dungeons, Shadow Labyrinth, etc, etc, the whole, like, you know, the dome area, the Coliseum. That was, like, the only reason I'd ever come to Shadraff. Other than that, never really. They do. Of course they exist in the modern WoW. It's just that it's only like, you know, after Pandaria. I don't really play the modern versions of the game anymore, so that doesn't really apply to me, sadly. Because I couldn't care less about modern WoW anymore. But pandas were pretty cool, though. I was still playing when pandas first became a thing. And to be fair, monk class was kind of fun. I had a lot of fun just playing as a Windwalker monk, getting myself cheat torpedoes, and then just timing them perfectly at exactly at 0 seconds to just have the maximum speed boost. I loved being just like a complete like a fucking speed demon with that thing. Fistweaver best healer. I know the real name on that, so calling that Fistweaver is extra funny. Well, we do love fists. Yep. Fisting is pretty powerful. I would say, honestly, K-Raze, I would say Pandaria was a very aesthetic expansion, but it was the first expansion I properly actually based on, so I didn't have much, like, you know, experience on that, how good it was actually as a gameplay structure. I played WoD and Legion primarily, and then I played also a lot of BFA, but like after Shadowlands dropped in, I dropped myself. Kinda like Sage is just like healing by shooting shotguns in XIV. Pretty much. Well, I gotta say, Cataclysm's quest reworks were nice in a way that they gave it more show and tell, rather than just being text that you had to follow or using like a questy add-on. If there's like one thing about the newer expansions of the game after Cataclysm, that was it. I was enjoying that as a kid a lot. I got into like the story of the game. I was mostly doing all the like the early game PvE content, running dungeons and quests. But I did enjoy them for what they were. But I guess I would say that when I started understanding story a bit more, once I was actually like during the Legion / BFA times, BFA kind of like felt like it was getting a little bit too demanding for the player, for me. And honestly, like the story didn't make any sense to me anymore. Like it started like getting bad for me, kind of meh. But as soon as we got ourselves ultimately to the Shadowlands where they squished all the levels and like took away the leveling as side content for me, it kind of just killed the game for me personally. But yeah, I would say there are a lot of opinions about like when the game fell. I would say that now that I have more understanding of the older expansions of the game, like I've been playing on vanilla servers, I've been playing on Wrath the Lich King servers now a little bit as well. Not so much yet, so I have to still like do a full experience on that. But I played vanilla a lot. I played Wrath the Lich King a little bit. I want to try out BC at some point as well. And I come to the conclusion so far that I feel like, you know, I feel like for me, the game lost its like nerdy characteristics after Cataclysm, but it really lost all of its soul after like BFA. Like those are the two expansions which I would say had their downfalls. Cataclysm still had its own benefits, like, you know, to the game itself. It made like the game more approachable for those that don't want bother reading. It was something better for like a casual kid like me at the time. But now that I look back into it, like now that I like see the game, what it was back in 2005 or so, I gotta say, I really do miss that already. And I feel really bad that these are no longer a thing. And, yeah. Really died when they gave Sylvan Hitler yet another redemption arc in Shadowlands. That, as well as the fact that they decided to also give like, you know, they just decided to just like completely burn the game in World Quest and BFA, and the fact that levels just got completely squished. I mean, you make this whole, you know, atmosphere for Halums and stuff, and you give it like this game that's about leveling, have the experience, then you're just gonna cut it off and just like turn it into like a thing where your hero is gonna like not be a hero anymore, and they're gonna like become like the champion of the whole alliance or horde that's just level 10. You don't have the life experiences that the original character had that you would normally do. You don't have the story techniques right. Fuck. What I see. Hope that's not gonna be a bad drop for me. For Divans especially. But, yeah. For me, it really dropped. It really dropped for me personally when, BFA started dropping in, and Shadowlands especially just, I think, just like put a wedge on the wound as well. Like, they took away so much experience out of it, and the fact that, you know, the story never felt the same. Like, the whole grind of becoming from a little ragged out adventurer into like the hero of the realm just like was completely gone. Like, the whole aesthetic was just gone for me. Like, I just felt at that very moment when I saw that like Shadowlands squished levels, I felt like in that very moment that like the very soul of the game was just taken away from me, and it was an instant unsub for me. I never bought Shadowlands. I literally just literally what I did was that I went into Shadowlands towards the end when it came free for me having other subscription like or purchases on my account. I played it for the last couple months. Then came out Dragonflight, and I got it because I was having hope because they said they would like incentivize crafting again. And when I found out that it felt so barren despite the fact that they like made crafting so, you know, involved, so to speak, the crafting still felt like fluff. So at that point I was like, you know what, I don't want to bother. I lost all the things I loved about this game. I don't want to try it anymore. I'm done. And that's the end of Im's story with this game. Wait, Charge wasn't banned, right? Charge wasn't banned. Good. Techniques are. BFA leveling experience was awesome, and it has full paras, so that's extra awesome. But then the rest of the X-Pack was completely dead. Pretty much the same for me as well. I love the quest lines, I love the stories, I love Vulperas. I love, honestly, a lot of the things about the expansion, like in story-wise. I think I also like the idea that, like, Zandalari, or like, yeah, Zandalari trolls were added as well. But I do not appreciate the fact that they changed the game so much. Like, you know, I don't appreciate, like, what else the game had. Like, the whole, like, you know, this daily quest mess that they made with it was just a complete asinine. And honestly, like I said, professions just start feeling so much like fluff. They didn't have any purpose with them anymore. Like, you're gonna become a level worker, you're gonna start making this fucking, you know, these items that, like, make your mount, like, maybe boosted for a little bit, if you're a level worker, a small little bit, as a consumable item buff. You might get some gear pieces that you can make later on, but the gear pieces themselves are, like, nothing to talk about. Like, you don't ever compare to raid stuff in any way. Whereas, you might even make some, like, permanent, like, raid, like, beyond raids business for characters in like older versions of the game. Honestly, the moment I like tasted like the vanilla pill, I kind of realized like how bad WoW nowadays is. It's kind of like, you know, I was no longer living in the ignorance pool. And when I didn't, I felt like I was understanding what WoW was missing nowadays. The kind of like the neurodivergent shit that made the game originally the thing I remember it to be when I was a kid. So yeah, I would say it's like always been this case in WoW. Like, usually the carrying feature is like the story leveling part, which is like the first 20 hours of the game. And after that, all the other 2,000 hours that you put into it, it's just, you know, has been just boring shit. And that's like when you kind of realize that, well, there's a pattern that I shouldn't be paying 60 bucks for this shit. Or no, I shouldn't be paying 40 bucks flat out and then paying for a subscription for 2 years. So like ending up spending like 400 euros to just play a game that you don't like. So yeah, that kind of ended it for me. But yeah, Shadowlands was bad for me, and since Dragonflight didn't like really like meet up to my expectations, I just couldn't feel it. I never came back. Ever since Dragonflight, I have not even once thought about getting WoW back. The only reason I would even consider it maybe would be like the vanilla, like the classic servers, but honestly, the classic servers don't really feel that worth it to me anyway, because Blizzard doesn't exactly have the best moderation of its player base. There's lots of bots going around. They are still monetizing a lot of things, like with WoW tokens and stuff, like still putting MTX even into the classic stuff, or like the, yeah, classic stuff, even though that's not really supposed to be there. And in the end, I just don't feel like the game is really being, you know, it's not still not the same. Like, they might, like, treat it a bit differently. They might give it a little bit of a different name. But, and they might consider it to be, like, the authentic experience. But it's not worth it for me. It's not worth the... It's not worth all the other things that Blizzard does on the side. To just, like, you know, encourage their payment model. It's sad. Of course, you know, I may be saying these things, like, you know, I may be pretty biased about these things. Like, I have not exactly had trust for Blizzard for a long time now because of that. But of course, like, I can still, like, I can still, like, accept the fact that I might have, like, some already stuck opinions about Blizzard in my head. Like, something that may not apply anymore. But I know Blizzard's doing still bad shit nowadays. And overall, even if it's not the case anymore, you know, Blizzard is still not exactly, you know... It's not exactly known to be, you know, doing things any better. Or, like, really thinking about their player base. And from what I've been hearing so far, even, like, WoW story is even getting shit nowadays. And if story was, like, the main carry for the expansions before, oh boy. If the stories are getting bad, then we gotta be at some real deep shit there. Sits on her assigned pillow and blaps. Hello there, Moonlight Elf. How's it going? Everything alright on your end of the world? You can confirm that they pull a lot of Bethesda shenanigans. They only move when forced to. Only peaks when threatened. Exactly. The beautiful term of pull the frog. It's just the reality nowadays, with most companies too. And there's also been, like, still a lot of slander about, like, Blizzard still, like, being very sexual about their employees. Of course, this is not related to the games in any way, so I don't want to, like, let that get in the way of things. But of course, bad PR. But honestly, they really don't really seem to divert really anymore from the fact that what they've already been working on. Like, the fact that they have decided to still stick to the formula that applies to very more casual players rather than, like, the player base that they originally had. Status down. 3 HP, I can accept that. That's, like, the least important stat. Yeah. Turnip is starting to cook. Yeah, pretty much. But to be honest, that has been cooking with Blizzard for, like, the past 5 years already. At least 5 years. When was Dragonflight out? Dragonflight. Wow. 2022. Yeah, it's actually almost been 4 years since I stopped subscribing to WoW. Crazy times. And also even, like, on BFA times. And Shadowlands, of course. I would say, yeah, we have been looking at, like, healthy 5+ years at this point. I think the funniest story out of Blizzard is the weird edgelord tales of Diablo 4 story writers changing during writing the first DLC to the second DLC. It is an entertaining story. Oh. So wait, they don't even have consistent writers on that game at all? Well, no wonder the quality might be of, like, varying quality. And I wonder why they laid off their authors. What did they not like about it? Was it not child-friendly enough? Or something like that? Child-friendly on a game that was originally K-12. Oh, by the way, let's still mention the fact that apparently Warcraft should not be Warcraft anymore. It's like the whole scenery and the, like, the vision they had for the game has completely changed. But yeah, more or less for different reasons. Yeah, Moonlight Elf. Sorry to catch you up on such a somber topic though. I hope it doesn't bother you too much. It's just that we have been talking about, like, lots of things related to gaming nowadays. Like how things have been getting kind of bad. From moving on from passionate projects to people just making games for money. And, like, these games being just made, like, so much dime a dozen. And there are, like, a very few gems out there anymore that really just, like, you know, have a feeling to it. So that kind of, like, went into the foundation of what we're having right now. We've been having, like, a pretty steering conversation here, but, well, what did you expect from an Eve stream? Never changes. Apparently they were a very sad black-pilled person who was very bleak and dark even by Diablo standards. True nihilists. It bummed out the entire staff of Diablo so bad that when they fired them and started the Lord of Hatred DLC, they were so incredibly happy and made what might be the best Diablo DLC to date, short of Lords of Destruction. Wow. Black pill person. I've never actually heard the word black pill before. I know, like, the red and blue pill thing, but black pilled. So I guess, like, you debate what you're trying to say here is, like, a person that is, like, utter negativity, utter chaos in their head. Yeah. That's promising. Diablo 4's base game was so incredibly bland and dull, I didn't even consider trying out X-Packs. I never tried it because I heard that Diablo 4 was just like one of those generic MMOs that never actually had any real life reason to play them anymore. I just felt like it was a complete waste of time because nobody said anything good about it, but it could be worth checking out maybe, but I'm not gonna pay for Diablo 4. That's the one decision I've come to. Let's just say at the end of the first DLC, not really a spoiler, but the devil possesses the dead body of Jesus basically. Definitely a try-hard writing moment. And that's honestly like the kind of message that delivers some people. I can imagine for like the more religious types, that's even darker than dark fantasy. Yeah. It's like, I can understand why they made the change, but at least that's like a positive change. Like, actually like moving to a better storyline and actually moving to better writers. Like, actually not just being like Blizzard just being picky about things, but actually like for a good reason. Oh yeah, Moonlight Elf, I know. It's just that most people don't agree on that shit. Like, I think there's no better joy than actually being able to express themselves. I think the big antithesis of the society nowadays is the fact that we're supposed to, like, not talk about anything nowadays, and that itself is very freaking sad and very, like, honestly very demeaning. So I like the idea, honestly, that we can talk about this kind of stuff and not feeling like somebody's gonna target us for saying a thing or two. So honestly, I think this in its own way that we can talk about these things civil and just happy and just, like, or just be honest about things. For me, personally, there couldn't be anything more positive than that. Because that's like, you know, that's just chemistry. Luckily, Lord of Hatred brought it back, the newest one. It went back to a good guy versus bad guy story. Okay. In comparison to what you've been through not only on weekend and also today. Oh, what's been up, Moonlight Elf? Everything okay for you, bro? Need a chill pill? I hope you're gonna at least have a good day. Too bad I'm not streaming for too long anymore today. But yeah, still, at least I can say that's at least one of the very few cases where Blizzard actually, like, I guess made a pretty good move there. Moving on from, like, complete nihilist and absolute edgelord story writers, but I wonder how much of that was, like, actually something of, like, Blizzard exec, and how much of it was just, like, they just have a dedicated Diablo 4 team who just wants to fix the game. And Blizzard couldn't give one shit about what happens to it as long as it profits. I'm not sure if, like, Blizzard deserves the credit for that. Necessarily. 5 enemies. Okay. I need that sword was Vigilante, right. Swimming meat, get it out of the way. We're not gonna do it, but I want it not to be in my way here. So I guess Diablo 4 is doing good nowadays, despite the initial crash out, or is this really not the case yet? Do you want to get gun crazy? I could do it now, basically. Beyblade needed the Zodiac Core itself. Hero Blade. Misty the Ally, right. I guess I'll do gun crazy, why not? Wait. I don't have a Cruciate Alloy yet? Wait, I think I just did it. Or did I not get the mission done yet? Ah, yes, not done yet. I need 2 more enemies. Okay. It was the same dudes they brought over Overwatch back from part 2. They made part 1 again and fixed a lot of stuff, although that game can be miserable. Even then, that's a pretty big move, so I guess there are still, like, good apples in there. Because, honestly, Overwatch 2 was a complete freaking crash down, honestly. So I'm happy to hear that at least something went better that way, but even then, I guess not all the things can be fixed. But at least it's a better move, like, knowing that people hated it, so at least knowing to, like, take a step back and not just thinking about the monetization so hard. Is it that they just literally just removed 2 from it, but nothing else changed? At least I hope they at least changed something in that. I'm assuming so. It gives you hope for WoW. Oh, I don't know. They're so deep into it already, and because WoW at this point is Blizzard's golden goose, they're not gonna let those guys tamper with WoW. Especially if it would mean that their casual player base would suffer. Because they are all about the casual players now. I'm not sure if that would really happen, honestly, at this point. You may touch the smaller things, but if you're gonna touch our money cow and it's gonna die from that, we're gonna actually just lynch you guys. They brought it back to 6v6 from 5v5. I don't remember what the actual, like, the significance between these is, but I guess it has to do with, like, the character balances. Like, how the whole, like, teamwork on that team works. 5v5 just didn't fit the format. And it's such a small difference, why would they even, like, change it to 5v5 in the first place? Is it just because it's an iconic number? Why not just stick to the thing that works for your game the most? That I don't understand. I'll tell a little later. Grandma's showing something. No worries, Moonlight Elf. See you in a bit then. Wormhole, I guess I'll give this one to Shara? Shara. Let's do Shara. 6v6 is 2 tanks, 2 DPS, 2 healers, and 5v5 remove a tank, as a tank player is miserable. So the amount of, like, load that a tank gets in the game is not fit for a 1v5, essentially. Like, the 2 tanks were there for a reason. And why did they think it was worth it to remove it? Did they ever explain their choices? Like, in actual any proper way? That we just decided tanks because... balance. Balance. Means a lot, you know. Nope. Of course, they never explained it. Classic. To be honest, I'm not even sure, like, nowadays if most Blizzard employees are even actually able to explain their decisions nowadays all that well. They might do things, but do they actually have thoughts behind it? Yeah, we'll have to see about that, bro. Oh well. I do want to hope for WoW in this case too, honestly. Like, it sounds like a very good thing to happen. Like, there are, like, some really, like, cool guys that actually, like, make things happen for a community. But, I don't know, WoW might be just, like, too deep in the shit already. We listened to your complaints and decided to buff the strongest character even more. Blizzard. Like, you know, okay, so you heard complainers say a couple of things. Did you ever think what that's gonna do to your balance? Blizzard might be just thinking at that point, fucking we roll. Basically. They're just asking for trouble with that kind of mentality, honestly. But we can't really stop them, can we? Alright, I don't have any healers right now, honestly. But I guess it's fine. We're gonna nuke him before they get a chance to do anything to us. I could also bring in no, not Mondo, Quinn. Quinn has Raise, so that's gonna work at least. Yeah. But yeah, that's good to know then. But yeah, as I was saying though, I do understand the sentiment of having hope that the game is actually gonna go there somewhere now. Wow. But honestly, I can't say that. I think it's because, like, WoW has been kind of like in a bad strait for many years now. Like, it all kind of started from Cataclysm if you really go into it, maybe even like Wrath of the Lich King. But I would say, like, you know, if you're gonna go back to, like, reversing every single mistake that they did, they would have to go back 15 plus years. And making such a drastic movement would actually radicalize the game a lot. And because they already have classics, then I guess Blizzard doesn't care or have any reason to, like, go behind on that. So they're not gonna do anything about it. Oh yeah, there was that thing too, yeah. I remember I don't exactly know what the case is and what the details are, but if this is actually, like, you know, real deal, then yeah, Blizzard actually, like, tying with those is just not good. But I would say more of the way that rather than, like, hope is lost for WoW, it's more like hope is lost for Blizzard. So let's make a hot take sentiment here. Let's have some other company take over WoW instead. How does that sound? I think that would be an interesting thought. Let's just not sell it to Gameforce though. That's the one company I will not tolerate. We hear you and we love our player base. That's why we're currently having new cosmetics on sale in store. So true. To celebrate the rework of a certain character, now we're gonna sell a limited time only skin that's gonna be 3 times more expensive than the other skins. Remember that it's never gonna be on sale again. Oh god. You're correct. I know Blizzard employees, they are scared people. How do you know Blizzard employees so intrinsically, I wonder? We're like, where do you get this kind of information, man? Do you like actually know people, or are you like just saying this from like your personal experience and a longer time? From the very little interactions you've had with the support whenever you had the chance to. That wasn't a bot response. In modern times. You worked in the industry? Really? Dude, you've been in so many places. I'm actually quite, you know, enemies of you. You worked in the game industry. Yeah, I got that now, but that came in latency. Sorry about that. I'm not sure how much latency there is, but there is still some, so I only came across the comment now. Every infan works in the game development. I swear, dude. Either it's like they're doing their own little coding projects, or they're actually working on games. It's crazy, man. Your buddy is a D3 mod, actually. They still hire for that. What? They hire for D3 modding? What? That's nuts. Are they even paid properly for that? We also have buddies who work at Microsoft in Austin, which is under the umbrella of Activision. Bro, the more you tell me about yourself, the more I realize how scary of a person you are. Not in a bad way, but dude, you got crazy amounts of power now that I think about it. I'm not saying I'm scared, but god damn, you got some control. You got some contacts. Those are like the kind of like involvements with people that many would be just, you know, jealous about. Gay Sanga works at Nintendo. Low-key. Now I've got a broken leg. I don't care! Who cares about your broken leg? Maybe you do, but you know, your broken leg is not the main issue here. It's not gonna be the thing that we're gonna really like particularly like you know, care about. It's like, whether you have a broken leg or not, you are a person that's known, you are a person that knows people. Your broken leg has nothing to do with it. It's social contacts. Team, I'm here being a lurky jerky while you work. No worries, Anitsu. I got your message last time. Thank you so much for dropping in. You actually used to work for a second-party subsidiary in Austin of Nintendo. Rhymes with Metro. Retro Metro Studios. Second-party subsidiary. Wait. First party is the home company, second party is the receiving company, third party is like the outsourcer, I think. I'm just trying to like really like put in my head like what does actually second party really mean in this case. You got hired out of college 2011 to 2015. Damn, I wish it happened nowadays too. Now it's like we can't even get like free practice in Finland because of like the current employment situation. It's pretty nasty. I was looking for a job for the whole, like, most of the, like, the winter and also, like, some of the spring, but I didn't get anything for summer. And now I'm basically jobless for the whole summer instead. I've been working with my sister's little company instead, as a way to get my education out of the way. Why not just being fishish? I'm fishish as hell. I'm fishy. They're just American developers under Nintendo. Their last release didn't really hit. So a sister company, basically. I see. And they're making their own actually exclusive releases, I suppose. So basically, Kay is not the guy that has an uncle that works on Nintendo. Kay is the guy that works on Nintendo, or worked at Nintendo. Even better. Be careful about being too fishy or a knife at you. His appetite is easily triggered. I know that. He's hungry. He's a hungry F boy. I know that. Okay, he's the uncle. Exactly! I am hungry. Yeah. Gotta say though, okay, I really mean this though. I'm not meaning to butter you up, but you are genuinely an impressive guy in terms of like the people that you know. Like, I've never seen a person that knows so many people in the industry and so deeply. Streaming does bring some interesting people. Like, just like a couple weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, don't remember exactly anymore. I found a person that has been working on voice acting and is a bit like a known mod for a very popular Resident Evil creator and a voice actor. I was like, what? And they're voice acting a little bit too. It was like, how? How did you end up here? You don't belong here. Even ignoring your background. I don't. I'm just saying that another person with such an interesting background is surely fascinating. But yeah, let me now double check on this again. So, you guys have buddies who work at Microsoft in Austin. They are under current huge fear of layoffs. Their friends are getting cut left and right. Oh yeah, that's something that is actually something I'm hearing from others here too. Not specifically under this company, but also fear of layoffs is very universal nowadays. It's a very scary situation to be in, honestly. I can still heal with Revive, by the way. Right. Race. But yeah. Let's see. Kind of like how Bungie's under Sony now, but releases on Xbox, etc. Yeah, so it's like still like it's Sony owned, but they're still their own independent company. So it's kind of like, you know, Sony just has the, you know, the control over them in a way. I know those kind of deals. But yeah, at your age, if you don't, what did you do? Yeah, exactly. It's kind of like what's expected. I'm assuming we're talking about like the thing about like work, trying to get themselves hired as soon as like you're out of college, and like, you know, trying to get yourself into work as soon as you're like done with education, or like moving towards being done with education. But I would say that it's just been a very unlucky time for me to be a freshman, like fresh out of college. It's pretty nasty. Ah, shit, hold on, I can do it from this side. Can I just actually... I'm gonna kill the sage instead. Yeah, I'll try to. You do general contracting, inside you broke your ankle, you fell 42 feet. Oh... Are you gonna be like, you know, crippled for life, or is it gonna be like a temporary situation? Do you have any like expectation when you're gonna be, you know, fixed? Calling you fixed like you were a machine. Good God. But also, I guess you don't work with this kind of stuff anymore. When did you stop and why? Like, why are you not working with this kind of stuff anymore? And again, like, it's not about, like, you know, whether you're in the business now. It's about the experiences and the people you've met along the way. Like, even if you remove the fact that you don't work on X thing anymore, it still doesn't remove your history with it and the people you met. I think it's still valuable. Even if you were not, like, the coolest person in the world right now, like, hypothetically, even then, you have had your cool past. And we recognize you for that. The best advice I can give is, if it's hard, lean into it. If it makes you uncomfortable, if it's safe, just do it. Oh yeah, kids, that's why you stopped. Oh. Really dog shit pay in tech. You have 4 avenues of income: house payment and golden retriever. Oh yeah. You gotta have some decent income coming in if you wanna like hold on to that. Golden Retrievers, at least I understand, are also particularly a very difficult breed to, you know, maintain. And of course, 2 kids. 2 kids you want to give the best to. Fat Orange Cat too. Bro. You fucking got Garfield? My guy just, like, leans under popular culture more than I expected. My guy just has, like, every single little, like, popular name out there. Just in use. Like, my guy's like, I own everything. And I ain't even lying. But yeah, I'm gonna go back to Moonlight Elf's comment here. So, your meat and veggie walk-in fridge is busted. Repair guy visit today, looks at them, leaves without saying anything to co-worker. No idea what the hell is going on. Wow. So basically, we don't even know what's wrong with it. Such professionalism. Love it. There are those kind of people too, I suppose. I mean, I knew there were, but this is just, you know, Why did he have to validate this fact? He acts like Garfield, his bastard, I love him so much. To be honest, if I had a fat orange cat too, I would love them to bits as well. Because that just like sounds like the best freaking pet ever. I like it. No worries, Moonlight Elf, I understand that. But, you know, it's not really up in your control. Don't let that, like, affect you too much. Of course it sucks, but, you know, it ain't in your hands. The blood is in your hands. So, better not take too much stress out of it. Repair dudes are pretty inept today. What brand of fridge is it? Does it still make noise? Might be compressor or a power supply issue. That sucks, I'm sorry. Yeah, so Moonlight Elf is actually working in a restaurant, so actually having this kind of problem right now could be pretty damn bad for the business. Especially right after they just like got themselves a pretty good influx of people coming in after Lace Week, which is like a pretty important event when it comes to like marketing and publicity. So I'm not sure how bad that could be for the business long term. That too. All the refrigerated stuff would just die in hours, basically, at this point, if it's not working. Well, I hope it's gonna resolve itself soon enough. But anyway, let me now actually double check on what actually was the thing that... Was there anything else I missed here? Yeah. So yeah, you stopped like working on the thing that you did because it's kids, and you're like stuck. You're now stuck with your leg because of an accident that you're having general contracting. That's fair. But like, what about your leg then? Do you have any like expectation when you're gonna heal that thing, or you're gonna be like just like stuck, legless for an undetermined amount of time? How bad was the fall? 42 feet is long, but not sure how bad. I'm not exactly a physician. Bossman read text about it, didn't say anything. I hope something is happening. Preferably tomorrow since we have cargo on Wednesday. Well, Moonlight Elf, I gotta say at this point that, well, if they didn't care about it, then they're really not, like, being business savvy. I guess they don't want to concern you guys too much, but, you know, not saying anything is also pretty concerning. Your tib and fib. I've never heard of that expression before. I love it. Yeah, no worries. But I understand that you got in a pretty bad situation. They put me into an X-Fix and then rebuilt you with 3 plates and 16 pins, 3 pounds of titanium. 50 years ago, they would have cut your foot off. Or your ankle off. Dude, so you sprained your ankle really bad? Like, it's not like the leg being broken, but the ankle being just fucked up hard? Dude. Very good, initiative on that one, Moonlight Elf. Very good, like, own thinking on that one. You may have saved, actually, quite a bit of, like, financial losses. But we'll see about that, I suppose. I don't need the flower. R6 Antelope, though? Give me this shit. Haze can drop. That was 3 years ago. 4 days ago, they removed the medal finally. Oh! You just got rid of the medal? Oh my god, congratulations, bro. That's such good news. No wonder you can just, like, go around and just actually cook for people. I mean... Maybe you did before, but you maybe had lots more, like, restrictions to that. Like, maybe your leg would be in an even bigger, like, box, basically. Yeah. K isn't Robocop anymore, rip. Well, to be honest, if it meant, like, not having any, like, movement cycles at this point, I would say that being a Robocop maybe isn't as important anymore. I would say actually feeling like you're healed. Must be a really good feeling. It's a 3-week recovery period, you're in a boot. Okay. In a very, very secure... keeping your leg straight boot. Your leg has screw holes. Still. I see. So it's not completely fixed at all, but at least you are you're on a second phase, basically. Sorry if that was like too like sensitive to ask, but honestly I felt like I wanted to understand you a bit more on this one, but that is a pretty nasty thing you went through. In 9 weeks, ossification fills the holes naturally. Calcium and vitamin D. Yeah. Just like, you know, the natural, like, bone formation and stuff. Well, just don't do any more crazy stuff, K-Ray, and don't get too excited. Be careful with that leg onto that point. Be careful with your kids. But hey, I'm glad to hear you at least get to be a proper father with people now. Has it been affecting your family time a lot? That your leg has been just kind of not there? I guess it must have. Yeah, bro, I hit the pain wall. You don't take pain meds, so it's been difficult. Whoa! You actually went without pain meds? You're actually nuts. You really are like the kind of like the guy that I am as well. Like, I want to understand what's going on. I don't want to hide things. Holy shit. My kids want to crawl all over you and you can't. And they can't. Yeah, I understand that. But soon enough, I guess, Kay. I hope your leg is gonna be fine until then. And, well, I hope you're gonna have a wonderful time with your kids. And again, I'm still so happy to see the way you're raising your kids. Like, they're getting to play all these cool, like, old games and stuff. Like, seeing the good stuff of gaming. And also, like, the fact that they're already learning so much. Like, reading before they even go to school. Honestly, a very good skill to have already at this point. Yeah, I know. It's because they are still, like, just legal drugs, basically. I know from my own personal circle that there are cases where these get a little bit too much. You know, getting painkillers turning into an obsession in drugs, and the drugs ruining your life. You're like you're trying to like just keep the medication going for the drugs, and then you just end up just like getting in a worse situation eventually, and then you just lose your head. They watch your stream over your shoulder and wonder what game it was and you explained it. Oh, that's awesome. I hope I haven't been too nasty with my words when they've been watching, because I know I can be a little bit more on the mature side when it comes to dialogue, but, you know, as long as the stream has been pleasant to watch even for the kids, even on the background. I don't mean to be, like, not child-friendly, but I also don't want to be, like, somebody that's sliding too many things over the guise of that. I want this content to be fully 100% accessible to every single person. Okay. I like that attitude. You're actually the kind of you're kind of like the kind of parenting I wish to do eventually if I ever get myself a partner and kids. No, Mika, we're not gonna go down to that. That movie, I think, was good enough even for the mature audience. It might have split opinions even that one. You're worried about, like, troll behaviors, gambling addiction, lying, etc. Yeah, troll behaviors especially. We want to avoid that. We want them to understand the pain that they're causing to others for that. Like, we don't want that to become a thing. Okay, do you have this stuff? Chocobo skin I'm missing. I need chocobo skin. Okay. The father. White thread. Sure, I'll get it. But yeah, cool stuff. Holy Fritz the Cat, first autorated movie. Is it actually the first one? I didn't know that. You've actually watched it on Sunday. We always have movie nights on our Discord server on Sundays, and Migo has been our purveyor of culture. It was my first time experiencing it. It's been crazy, man. X-rated, yeah. No, that's fine, K-Ray. I think that kind of mentality is great, honestly. Like, I cannot say no to that. Like, that is honestly got so many virtues that I can agree with. I am in love with that. Oh, yeah. That might be something worth exploring at some day. But anyway, I'm really sad to say here, but my stream actually has to end here today. Let me just check one more message from Moonlight Elf. On Saturday, you skirted with coworker to save meat and milk products. Today was some veggies that tolerated things better. Yeah, importance on milk products first. They spoil too quickly. The veggies can at least handle a little bit. Hope it's gonna be alright. But yeah, I'll have to leave the stream for today because it's already been 4 hours. My stream time is gonna end here, but I'll be back again tomorrow at the same times as well. Not playing Final Fantasy, but I'll be back on Final Fantasy on Thursday. So thank you very much for joining our stream, guys. Hope you had a wonderful time. If you missed any of the stream and want to catch up on what's been happening today, this stream is gonna be available on my YouTube channel. You go to the live section of the playlist, Final Fantasy streams, you'll find this stream and the previous streams I've done on this game so far, and the other stuff on the Final Fantasy Marathon over there. If you also want to join on my future Final Fantasy streams, I stream every single Monday, Thursday, Saturday, starting at 4 PM GMT plus 2 or 3, depending if it's daylight savings or not for you, as well as playing some community suggestions every single Tuesday, aka tomorrow. Now it's Hogwarts Legacy, and once I'm done with that game, it's gonna be Elden Ring on seamless co-op. First time experience for me as well. But yes, lovely chats, lovely company. Thank you everyone so much for attending on this one. I hope you had a wonderful time, and if I do have a chance to see you guys again, then I would love to see you guys there again. And yeah, I guess without any further ado, thank you guys so much for joining, and I hope to see you guys on the next stream. But, until then, it's bye-bye.